Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-275-1242. That's 800-275-1242.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stensland Show on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Hey, say a little prayer, will you, for the Philadelphia police officer as he recovers this morning, sustaining injuries while on duty along the Schuylkill Expressway, protecting and serving. Witnesses reporting the officer initially knocked unconscious after an SUV driver struck his motorcycle. I'm being told he's in stable condition as he recovers. He was on duty, like I say, riding his motorcycle with the police department's ATV dirt bike detail. Somebody driving an SUV struck him. That SUV driver stayed on the scene and all of that, but it happened westbound lanes near University Avenue in University City. Like I say, late last night. That investigation is still taking place overnight. And then officers working with that ATV detail. They're usually, you see them traveling in groups with these little, and they're trying to combat all these little, dirt bags, whatever you want to call them, on dirt bikes that really wreak havoc across our city. And so these officers in the ATV detail usually travel in groups, wearing the helmets, safety gear, etc. They say that, like I say, the driver remained on the scene that struck him, but there are laws. If you see any law enforcement or even anybody, even in construction, the new laws say, move over, get out of that lane, give them the space you need. It sounds like a horrible accident. I don't know if the SUV driver is going to be charged, but I couldn't help but think about the officer whose wife we've gotten to know quite well with Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation. That's Andy Chan. Think about, he was on that motorcycle. These, whether they're in a vehicle, any vehicle, on duty, but they put their lives at risk. And here's another one. So Godspeed as he recovers this morning. Thank God he survived it. But the report is, with some level of head injuries. And so we just are thinking about him this morning. Just wanted to put that out there. Well, I want to get to this story because when I hear RFK Jr. speak in his grovelly voice and he makes this announcement, I get concerned, and I'm sure you do too, when we think about vaccines. And so I want to be proper with this. And Dan Borowski's back, so we have to welcome him back. Everybody, YouTube chat. Hi. Hey, Dan.
Nice
welcome
to be back. Thank
Borowski.
You. It's very nice to be back.
We miss Dan Borowski, our executive producer. Now, I didn't say anything other than you were on special assignment.
Oh, okay. I like the mystery.
So
I appreciate
mystery.
that, yeah.
So we'll tease that. Dan can tell us.
I will reveal at some point
special
today.
Assignment.
Yes.
It was very special. But, for those of us in the Philadelphia region, when we were going through the pandemic and, it was a scary time. And obviously they scared the heck out of us, didn't they? And here in the city of Philadelphia, I hate to bring you back to this dark place. Remember Jim Kenney, our mayor at the time, and remember Governor Tom Wolf, who, the Pennsylvania voted him back. I mean, we made sure that we pulled back the executive powers of the governor here in Pennsylvania because it was overreach and it was awful. Businesses shut down and we still are recovering, right? Because of what they did to us. And they were Democrats. Let's just be real about it. But it was an awful time. And so at the time, my youngest son, David, in middle school, and because it's a Catholic, school, Norwood Fontbonne Academy, but we were told in the city, hey, if you want your kid in person, there was real pressure. Everybody's got to get vaccinated. And so we had we were Pfizer, so it was actually 2 shots. He was the last one we held out, but we were pressured. And we were told this was completely safe. Well, now RFK comes out and he says, do you have that off of Greg's? We just played it. at the end of Kale and Company. But, for those of us who were forced to get this, I don't even care about myself. I always say I'm polluted anyway. I'm so healthy, knock wood, but it's pretty amazing. But for David especially, and if you have young kids or grandkids, and your godkids, kids in your life, they had this, and now you hear RFK Jr. say this.
Hi, it's Robert F. Kennedy Jr. here, your HHS secretary. At HHS, we have a division called the Biomedical Advanced Research and Development Authority, or BARDA. BARDA drives some of our most advanced scientific research. It funds developments of vaccines, drugs, diagnostics, and other tools to fight emerging diseases and national health threats. Over the past few weeks, BARDA reviewed 22 mRNA vaccine development investments and began canceling them. Let me explain why. Most of these shots are for flu or COVID, but as the pandemic showed us, mRNA vaccines don't perform well against viruses that infect the upper respiratory tract. Here's the problem. mRNA only codes for a small part of the viral proteins, usually a single antigen. One mutation and the vaccine becomes ineffective. This dynamic drives a phenomenon called antigenic shift, meaning that the vaccine paradoxically encourages new mutations and can actually prolong pandemics as the virus constantly mutates to escape the protective effects of the vaccine. Millions of people, maybe even you or someone you know,
Yes.
caught the Omicron variant despite being vaccinated. That's because a single mutation can make mRNA vaccines ineffective. The same risk applies to flu. After reviewing the science and consulting top experts at NIH and FDA, HHS has determined that mRNA technology poses more risk than benefits for these respiratory viruses.
Okay, stop it. Stop it right there. Stop it right there. So when he says poses more risk, to me, then I'm saying, okay, is the risk that it really doesn't protect you because it's going to mutate anyway? And okay, I'm okay with that, right? I'm okay with that kind of risk. But he's saying a lot of big medical terms that, I'm not a doctor, I'm not a medical professional, but he keeps talking about this word risk. Now, if he came out and basically said they're not as effective, but here's what he didn't really point out, and that is they're keeping a lot of and allowing to run the course to preserve some of the taxpayer investment. They're still doing final stage contracts with a lot of this mRNA technology. So that's in their, they released this long, I won't bore you, but it's with their press release. And so they're saying no new mRNA-based projects will be initiated. Okay. And then they're canceling, like he said, about $500,000 worth of these 22 projects with the newer stuff. And if he had said to me, hey, pharmaceuticals that make billions and billions of dollars, I just reported yesterday, remember that 14 point something billion in the last quarter, just the last quarter, okay? That was the profit report out of just Pfizer. So these are very wealthy pharmaceutical companies. They certainly can pay for privately for their own research if they want to continue on with some of this stuff. Okay, you be you. I get it. Cost cutting, $500 million. We, the taxpayers, we don't have to pay for it. They can afford it. Okay, I'm cool with that. But he keeps saying that word risk. And that's what concerns me because he's not a medical professional. So this was, to me, if you just read the press release, which I printed out here from, and anybody can look at it as it says, HHS winds down mRNA vaccine development under BARDA, BARDA. I'm cool with that to say you're looking at all the investment. That's fine. I get that, okay? But when he keeps saying the word risk over and over in his statement, then I just, and it's more than, to me, it sounds like I infer from him, it's more than the effective nature of the vaccine. And that's where the bells and whistles go off, especially because it's, my kid. I always say to myself, yeah, I remember I told you at the time, I went to the, locally to the convention center. National Guard was here. We were packed in there. We got the number. I still have all the paperwork and everything, and you had that stupid cardboard, COVID vaccine thing that they didn't even have it digital. Remember that, Dan?
Yeah. Remember people were getting it laminated?
Yeah. And then they said, don't laminate it. And then if you wanted to go to a restaurant, remember that? You had to get the HVAC guy.
Yeah. Meanwhile, our mayor was escaping to another state to go enjoy a nice box of wine.
In Maryland, having the Prosecco. The Prosecco in a box. Like, give me a break.
Yep.
So to me, that's my real question. I know you had, who was it, Dr. Sullivan talking about this? We've covered this ad nauseum, but I don't know how I feel about this, because on one hand, I think that he causes more panic than is necessary, because my heart jumped out of my chest when Greg Stocker played that earlier, because I'm thinking, OMG, I had my kid vaccinated because I really did, at the end of the day, trust, like both my sons were, and how many millions of kids, and now he's saying risk. What the heck is he talking about? So this is what, Dr. Sullivan testifying?
Yeah, so I have Dr. Sullivan, who testified in front of Ron Johnson and others when they did this oversight hearing on coronavirus. And this was to concern parents. Remember, parents, they brought in people that were affected by long coronavirus and other vaccine-related injuries. And we played this before, but revisiting it now, because it seems that this really was one of the cornerstone moments for this new passage here. Take a listen.
Dr. Sullivan is a licensed physician and board-certified anesthesiologist with over 20 years of active practice in Maryland. He is here today to talk about his vaccine injury following his COVID-19 injection. Dr. Sullivan.
Thank you, Senators. My story is not as bad. The same month I received my first COVID mRNA shot, I was featured in the Wall Street Journal's What's Your Workout column for Aerial Circus Arts. I was strong, healthy, and thriving. Just 3 weeks after my second dose, I couldn't go up a flight of stairs without gasping for air. I became short of breath doing even simple things, walking, standing, even speaking. I had constant chest pressure, arrhythmias, and overwhelming fatigue. I cannot overstate the misery. It felt like my body was failing me. I was experiencing right heart failure. Still, I questioned myself. Was this real or in my head? Then an echocardiogram confirmed the damage. I was relieved that it wasn't imagined and stunned to realize this is how I likely die. The diagnosis was pulmonary hypertension. I had damage and narrowing of the blood vessels in my lungs, restricting blood flow and straining the heart. This isn't like regular high blood pressure. Pulmonary hypertension is usually progressive and fatal even with treatment. There is no cure. It felt like a death sentence. I reported my case to VAERS, the Vaccine Adverse Event Reporting System. Most doctors I know had never heard of it. Fewer understood that it carries mandatory reporting requirements. I was never taught about VAERS in medical school. I'm told it still isn't. Eventually, VAERS collected my medical records. I expected to hear from the FDA or CDC. I never did. I believed in the system. I believed I would be heard. When I wasn't, I channeled that disbelief into collaborating with the British Medical Journal on a report about the system's failures. What I learned is chilling. If you are harmed, you are on your own. I've had to adapt. Maybe some of the novel treatments I tried helped. On the outside, I look fine. I returned to running, even to aerial arts. That brings me joy, but also unease. I've lost half my lung capacity. If I can look this normal while carrying that much damage, how many others are out there suffering silently?
And so I have a million questions about this, now hearing that our government officials and HHS and RFK Jr., he's reading from prompter and he's reading off of that. And there's a long, press conference and all the paperwork that you can look up. But the bottom line is that they're saying this word risk with this. And then there were reports, just like Dr. Sullivan is saying, that in some rare cases, these different lung diseases characterized by inflammation as well as scarring of the lung tissue, reported cases linked to mRNA vaccines.
Do you want that? I do have that audio.
Yeah, let's hear that, and I'll explain why it's personal for me.
Here's some more from Dr. Sullivan.
In researching my condition, I found the Georgetown scientist who predicted my specific problem. The very same month of the vaccine rollout, he warned that spike protein exposure, whether from the virus or from the shot, could harm the blood vessels in the lungs and placenta. Spike protein itself from the SARS-1 virus, SARS-1, also caused vascular damage in animals. I learned many hospitalized COVID patients developed pulmonary hypertension. Autopsies showed the same kind of lung vessel damage I had. Long COVID patients with persistent breathlessness have the same findings. As in my case, their symptoms improve, but the damage remains. We now know the SARS-CoV-2 spike protein can damage the lungs, heart, and brain in animals. It is toxic, irrefutably so. I know that's uncomfortable to hear. One study found athletes who got mRNA boosters saw drops in aerobic capacity equivalent to aging 5 to 10 years in just 1 week. Why is this?
So these are great questions that I want to know. So a couple of questions I have with it. Remember, I told you about my sister-in-law, Kathleen. So she had been diagnosed, and she's still going through this. They thought at some point she had lung cancer. Remember, I reported that to you, and I said, please pray for her. Well, now it comes out that they said it's severe scarring of her lung tissue. It's in fact not cancer. What does that sound like? It sounds exactly like what Dr. Sullivan is talking about. Now, she's somebody, a longtime school teacher, mom, grandmother, right, and did not want to get the COVID vaccine. And the family, one of her relatives actually drove her and said, Mom, you got to get this vaccine. And she got the vaccine. So you see where I'm going here. For all of us now, we're being told that there was a risk to this. So my youngest son with asthma, all the health problems he's had, and some of these similar things, and you're thinking, and he recently said, I just always feel like my brain's in a cloud. What does that sound like? So there's all this guilt. But where I'm going with this is that, we were told, we were ordered by our government, by local businesses who said, you can't have your employees come to work in person. Kids can't go to school. We can't thrive, et cetera, et cetera. This is a class action lawsuit against those in certain places that said, you must get this and it's safe. And in fact, a lot of people pushed back and said it's only emergency approved. And I don't want it for my kid or myself, but we were forced to. I know college kids, they said, when you go back to school, you must have this vaccine. So if this is true, and I don't know what's true or what's not true, but you can see where all of us are thinking, OMG, with this big lie, this is very personal for all of us. So what is the truth? What are these damages? And what are you, local government, state government, federal government, what are you going to do about it to repay us? Because quite frankly, this is really the equivalent of, to me, justification for a class action lawsuit to say, you guys damaged our lives, our children moving forward, and you don't even fully know the effects, but you forced us to get this. And so how are you going to pay governments and municipalities that forced us to do this and lied to us basically and told us, or at the very least, told us something that it was safe when in fact you didn't really know, and now you do know apparently because the government has done all these studies. And so what are you going to do for my kid or my relatives or my family members throughout the rest of their lives to pay for their health care or to possibly reverse this alleged damage? So I'm furious about it. I'm upset about it. Or did RFK Jr. come out and say something that he should not have said because he's not a doctor? So I'm not siding with anybody, but I'll tell you what, you mess with my kids in particular, you mess with my family, I don't care about politics. I don't care about anything else. To me, the rest of the world is like shut out. I just want to know, what are you going to do to fix this or answer this? But you've got some explaining to do. That's where I'm going.
Question for you. Is that grounds for a workers' comp claim if your employer forced you to get a vaccine and you end up having effects of the mRNA vax? Like, it opens up all these Pandora's boxes of questions,
So, and I'm just saying it's not for me. I'm fine. Look at it's I mean, knock wood, but it's in my lifetime. I was thinking about the times I've been sick. I might get a little something with a stomach thing or whatever, but it's not a long-term autoimmune. But these people have, both of my sons, essentially, they have these autoimmune illnesses that they've been diagnosed with during COVID. Okay. And then my sister-in-law with this thing that sounds exactly like what he's describing. So it's not for myself. But for what Dan's saying, I would think the employer would say, well, we were responding to what the government told us, that you're not allowed to open up your business unless you force to and pressure your employees to get this. It all goes back on the government and the local municipality. That's where I'm going with it. So I have a million questions for this, but I'm very serious that to me, this is horrible. And any way you look at it, we the people deserve answers. And if there's research on this, I want to see every piece of that research. And I will say this about RFK Jr. When he uses that word risk, then he needs to step aside and have the highest, best, medical professionals and scientists explain that in full. Because it's not enough for him to just do that. He's not a doctor. He's not a medical professional. I understand that he's an attorney who talked about environmental issues and fought that in court valiantly. And I understand he's a highly intelligent person. But on this issue, I want to hear from a doctor. So I won't rest until I will. So I'll just say Dr. Maz. I immediately was like, Dr. Maz. And then Greg said, well, reach out. But I think a lot of doctors, Dan, probably don't want to come on, and they want to know, they want to have access as well to read this and study this. The smartest doctor I know in the area, who's really a brilliant guy, because he's a doctor and a lawyer, but Anthony Mazzarelli, who's
awesome guy,
part of our family here at PHT and the medical community. And we love Dr. Maz, but he is seriously the smartest doctor I know. So I would love to hear from him.
Really is. Another really smart doctor, though. Maybe we haven't heard from her in a while. Another Dr. Maz. Dr. Mass. Marian Mass?
Mary Mass,
Yeah.
yes. I'd love to hear what she has to say about it.
Yeah.
Could get Marian, too. She's back from her family wedding.
Ooh.
Pictures online
love to hear
are
about that.
beautiful.
We do have some callers, too, I have to get into.
Do you want it? What should I do?
I have to take a break, though.
We have to. I'm sorry.
We have to hear from Wisfis, if you have that.
Yes, we have to talk about Wisfis, because Wisfis is our sponsor this hour as we answer questions, as we take your calls here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Thank you for being here today, 855-839-1210. So Wisfis Bank and Bryn Mawr Trust, where there's a Wisfis, there's a way at WSFS Bank and Bryn Mawr Trust. Your goals matter. So discover your local expertise with national capabilities, all with the personal service you deserve. WSFS, we stand for service. Thank you for sponsoring this beginning of the Dawn Stensland Show. Thank you, Wisfis. Thank you, Bryn Mawr Trust. Quick break. Your calls. Be right back.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and almost 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. And if you think this is just a cosmetic problem, think again. Varicose or spider veins, if left untreated, can lead to swollen or discolored legs, cramping, the inability to stand or walk, neuropathy, even worse, blood clots, which can travel to other parts of your body. But here's the good news. Advanced Medical Vein Treatment Centers offers plans that treat and cure the condition, not just cover up. Grab your phone, take down this number, and call 800-597-7992. That's 800-597-7992. When you call, you'll get free information on how you can live your life to the fullest again. Walk, exercise, sleep well. Your vein problems will not go away on their own, and in time can lead to major health issues. Call Advanced Medical Vein today for free information on fast and easy solutions that are covered by most insurance plans, Medicare included. Call 800-597-7992. That's 800-597-7992 today.
Your official home of Penn State football and basketball is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Every Nittany Lions game, every play, all season on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
Don't miss the Labor and Energy Show with J-Doc and Krause. Brought to you by the Labor and Energy Alliance this Saturday night at 6. Find out about the important issues that will affect you. The Labor and Energy Show, Saturday night at 6 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owe the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they help me. They calm me down. They make me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louie has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louie.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
We get it. Attention spans just aren't what they used to be. Heads in social media and eyes on Netflix. But what do people do with their ears? Well, for one, they're listening to audio. Americans spend 4.4 hours with audio every day. Oh, and you want the proof? Well, you just sat through this ad that's now approaching 30 seconds. What could you say to a potential customer in 30 seconds? Let Odyssey put together a media plan tailor-made for your unique marketing needs. Advertise with Odyssey. Visit ads.odyssey.com.
The savings are still hot at First Harvest Credit Union. Watch your money grow as you earn 4% annual percentage yield with a 7-month online-only share certificate. Or choose a 13-month share or IRA certificate and earn 3.85% annual percentage yield. Visit firstharvestcu.com/certificates to learn more about these great savings rates and our other savings options, like a First Harvest Growth Savings and Growth Checking Account. Lock in higher earnings today. Membership restrictions apply. Insured by NCUA.
Hit the road this season to watch our world champion football team. Book your trip with Fans of Philly. Trips are now available for pre-order to Kansas City, Tampa Bay, Green Bay, and more. Travel in style with transportation, a pregame party, and game tickets to enjoy the Birds on the road this season with Fans of Philly, the official travel partner of 94 WIP and the Eagles Radio Network. Book now at fansofphilly.com. That's fans with a PH of Philly.com.
We didn't take to retirement like we thought we would.
We got bored.
So I thought I'd book a trip to Italy to celebrate retiring.
We didn't speak Italian.
We didn't then. We do now. Because of Babbel.
Babbel is the refreshingly easy-to-use app for learning a new language. With more than a dozen languages to choose, Babbel uses immersive lessons to teach you vocabulary and grammar in a way that sticks.
We set a goal for 15 minutes per day.
That's all we needed.
And Italy was just...
bellissima.
That means beautiful.
In Italian.
From interactive lessons led by experts to conversation tips on real-life topics, Babbel's revolutionary teaching style keeps language in your head and easy to remember. Celebrating 15 million subscriptions sold. Save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription when you sign up at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, getting to your calls, concerns over the winding down by HHS of the mRNA vaccine development under the BARDA program, which was in part of the Rapid Response Partnership vehicle. And to me, again, if they had just come out and said this is financial, the gravy train is over. We kicked this off during a pandemic. Remember that? It incentivized the private sector of pharmaceuticals to compete and do this in warp speed. Okay. But that's, when they talk about the risk of this thing, what the heck does that mean? Your responses, let's get to Dwayne in Valley Forge. Hey, Dwayne.
Good morning, Dawn.
Good morning.
Forgive me if I get a little emotional, but I have a loved one who was in an assisted living facility in Westchester, and Governor Wolf and the Admiral brought the COVID into the police, and he caught it but he beat it back. He was tough. He spent his whole life serving his country. And he had the antibodies. He beat it back, but they gave him the follow-up booster, and in a few months gone, we lost him to congestive heart failure.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. And see, this is exactly what I'm talking about, Dwayne. I'm so sorry for your loss, and we appreciate you calling in. And I'm going to say a prayer for you, Dwayne, because that's what I mean. When you hear RFK Jr. come out and talk about the risk of this mRNA and then does not really explain it or have a medical professional there, I have so many more questions. If they had just said, hey, this is about investment and shifting money elsewhere, I'm totally cool with that. I want to get to Bill in Montgomery County, who has a comment as well. We're getting a lot of calls. Hey, Bill.
Yeah. Hey, Dawn and Dan, how are you this morning?
We're good. Dan's back.
Hey.
Yeah, he's back. Yes. Yeah. Hey, I just want to make a comment. I work for a big pharma company, hyper local. You would know the name.
Yes.
And I was in research and development research. We were told, even in casual cocktail conversation, to never say that any of our products were safe. So for the COVID vaccine to be touted as being safe goes against, like I said, any of my experience in big pharma. I had the good fortune to go from that big pharma company to a medical school. And this was back in 2010 during H1N1, went to a lecture from an epidemiologist that had a department of epidemiology. And this H1N1 was supposed to be COVID and didn't turn out to be, but this epidemiologist predicted there would be a big one. And he said that the way that will go is that it will eventually, the virus will stop killing the host because it wants to survive. It's Darwinism. And it wants to propagate the species so it'll become more contagious. So he said that any potential pandemic eventually is going to be less virulent, not, like I said, less lethal, but it's going to spread more. And that's exactly what happened with COVID. But we were not told any of that. That was really glossed over, that this thing is going to run its course and it's going to be just like having a cold. So we were really lied to all across the board.
See, and that's what as we hear more and more about this, it was this great lie. And did they know? What did they know? When did they know it? And what does the research show now? And moving forward, what is the government going to invest in then to possibly reverse some of the damage? And that's the claim here by a lot of people that, in fact, this mRNA vaccine damaged some people, depending on, where you were. I'll point to you, and Bill, I thank you so much, especially working in the pharmaceutical and medical communities. Really appreciate you, Bill. Dwayne, we're saying a prayer to you. But this just opens up so many questions for me as I think about this and how I want to hear more. I want to know more. I want to know everything about every study. But in all seriousness, they need to now invest in technology to say, okay, if during COVID you were newly diagnosed with some type of autoimmune disease, and some of them very serious, and both of my sons were, and many of you were, many of your family members. And so moving forward, especially for underage children in school at the time, okay, what is the government doing then to set aside funds to pay for this, pay for the care of people, the medical care throughout their lives, to treat them? Because that's really what they owe us. If indeed this is all true, then that's what we, our kids, grandkids deserve. I just have to go back to my dad. I really do. 90 years young. And he was so stubborn. And he said, absolutely not. I'm not going to get vaccinated. Not going to happen. I've lived through a lot. And he never did. He did catch COVID, but he really was not all that sick. He was hospitalized and, of course, loved it because he loved the nurses. He said, I think the nurses really want to flirt with me, honey. And they, kept me 5 days just to make sure. Like, that's my dad. He's like so jolly. And he was like, I cheered him up. It was a tough time for the doctors and the nurses. That's my dad, but he's perfectly fine. And so, now he looks like a genius for those of you. But then for the rest of us, hearing the HHS secretary come out and say this, RFK Jr., I just want more information. So we'll leave it there for now. I will revisit. We're trying to get some smart doctors, medical professionals in the science community to break this down and what research is out there so that we can, in a wise, careful way, talk about this, because it's upsetting. That's what I said when I heard that the news conference. Like I say, my heart just jumped out of my body and just thinking, oh my goodness. And then your guilt, right? For those loved ones, just like Dwayne was saying, or for me as a parent, we feel guilty. Well, why didn't I listen to my dad, or et cetera? So I know we're having many of these conversations. And so I'm not getting political. This is not political to me in the sense that we deserve to know, we deserve answers, and perhaps many, many millions perhaps deserve damages, money and damages is what I'm talking about, monetary repayment. So we'll get to all of it. I have to break. So right around the corner, remember our friend Neil Young, an educator, ran, great guy. And I know many of you met him at so many of our events as he took his bus tour. Neil Young.
The singer?
Well, I don't know if Neil sings. He says he doesn't, but I bet he does. He's a local, great husband, father, community member, a longtime teacher and coach, and he ran against Chrissy Houlihan, remember, in Chester and Berks counties. Great guy. And everybody said, we like her, and she says, well, I'm going to tell you what she's up to, and we'll revisit, kind of reacquaint yourself with Neil Young. Hopefully that was his first of many runs, because I think he has a bright future, of course. Great guy. You want to hear from what he has to say. Coming right up.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/radio to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio. HIMS.com/RADIO.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have Leaf Filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/radio for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
The Don Stenslin Show. Don Stenslin live and local on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
So I promise we will revisit with a medical professional, great doctor. We will revisit that issue because I know we're getting a lot of calls and reaction on the mRNA, the announcement from HHS. But you hear Neil Young. Gotta get a little flavor of the music.
You think he plays harmonica too?
Wouldn't it be great if you had, imagine a teacher with his own bus? Like, how cool is that? First of all, that's the best teacher ever, to have his own bus. And if he plays the harmonica, and then as well, he coaches wrestling, pretty cool guy.
It is.
That's a cool guy. I think he should be a congressman someday. Hey, Neil.
Hey, Dawn, how you doing?
I'm good. You know, the other day I was thinking of, I was like, what's we saw you at the great event with all of us.
Oh, yeah, out there in
here.
Phoenix.
Yeah, the great Politics and Pints funny event, great event. Oh, well, I'm thinking of Rich Zioli was funny with he and Dom going back and forth about the sauce and the gravy. But it was great to see you. And we all
great to see you too.
Thank you. We all became like buddies because during the, when you were running for Congress as an educator who wanted to head to Washington, and that's really tough on a shoestring budget. You had a ton of support, really grassroots campaign. And I had so many I told you that one day a relative called me, I'm behind Neil in his bus. So
wonder what gave that away.
I know.
One day when we have time, I'll play you all the angry voicemails we used to get that as a campaign team, we just sit around and laugh because, you're taking up 5 parking spaces and, your speakers are too loud. It'd be just really funny stuff. I can't imagine people calling, but it was really entertaining.
So we thought about you when we heard about the person you were running up, that you were taking on. You were challenging Chrissy Houlihan, who everybody said, oh, well, she's such a nice lady. And people don't know the issues, and we got to get them educated. But in this one, we thought of you because she was speaking out as she was talking about the Texas Democrats. As now, by the way, the latest headline, just to update all of you, is that the FBI may have to get involved, I know that Senator John Cornyn of Texas sent a letter to the FBI Director Kash Patel imploring him to take appropriate steps to help Texas law enforcement in locating and arresting Democrats who fled the state of Texas, went to Chicago, which I hope that they don't. I mean, Chicago's crime rate's pretty violent, so I don't know that I would head to Chicago of all places from Texas, but maybe they're trying to beat the heat. But we just thought of you to react to, Chrissy Houlihan is now speaking out about this as she's the representative in, you were challenging, like I say, but she's speaking out on this, Neil, and we wanted to get your reaction to her supporting these Democrats because she does not support any kind of, or apparently she thinks that it's wrong to do gerrymandering. And that's really what this is about. This is about Democrats upset that Republicans are now doing exactly what, all these politicians, whoever's in control, but Democrats literally invented gerrymandering, right? We've seen it in our region. Yeah. It's nothing new, but they're losing their minds now because Republicans are basically going to play their game. So I just wanted to give you an opportunity to react to all of this.
Yeah, I mean, isn't this this is the epitome of why people are fed up with politics and politicians. Because here you have people who ran to serve the public, and instead of actually somebody has to have the majority in state houses and in state senates, and instead of just accepting that their agenda has been rejected by the voters, they play they essentially take their ball and they don't go home. They take their ball and they run away, and it's the epitome of just stalling and not representing the people. And you can represent people even if you're in the minority party. You can represent them well. And this is, by nobody's standards, representing them well. And I think the idea of gerrymandering, it gets, anytime lines are redrawn, which they're constitutionally mandated to be redrawn, you're going to have each party claim gerrymandering. And the truth of the matter is we have districts change because populations change, and we want those districts to be best representative both in geography and in population. And so they're redrawn. And there's processes in place. It varies by state, but there's processes in place that make it essentially, as fair as it can possibly be. And so this is Democrats taking the ball and running away.
Yes, so Chrissy Houlihan, who you ran against here locally, she said gerrymandering is not the way to win elections. Doing what's right for America is. First of all, as an educator, do you end the sentence with is?
No, and I'll tell you something else. I'm not an English teacher. I wouldn't be very good at that. However, I do know that one. But the other thing is, whenever you hear politicians use these words, to be clear, that means I'm going to say something that's really unclear, and I just want you to know that I'm saying it with strong conviction. Because you don't need to say to be clear. Just be clear.
Yeah.
Just actually be clear in your words and your language. And then you don't have to say to be clear. So don't end a sentence with is, and don't start it with to be clear.
Wise words from Neil Young. So what are you up to, and are you going to run again someday? What's going on with you?
I'll tell you, man. It was an incredible ride. It was an unbelievable run. I met, for the most part, some of the best people I've ever met in my life. I took many of the people who I've had lifelong relationships with. I took them on this journey with me, and they loved every minute of it. They loved me for it, and they're also exhausted. So they say, we love you. We're up for another run, but the truth is, I've got to. I've got many opportunities. I'm not right now. I don't have any sort of direction that I'm leaning. I'm having important conversations with the right people. I know that this is a vague answer, but if you maybe have me on in a couple weeks.
Okay.
I will have a clearer answer for you. But I'm in the process of talking with the right people about where would my skill set, be best used. And to be quite honest, when I say skill set, we all have it. And I fully believe that we should all use it, and more of us should consider using it in public service. So I've been able to really just to raise that message especially to young people. I hear all the time, I hate politics, or this or that, and it's like you don't realize how much it impacts your life. What you hate is you hate the conflict, and you hate the deception. But the only way to change that is to have better people that are representing us. And, and that's a message for everybody, I think.
Yeah, and I think it's a beautiful message, so we'll check back in with you.
Ed on YouTube, Dawn says, please try again, Neil. We need you more now than ever in Chester. Yeah,
it's so true. Chester and
Wait,
Berks.
was that my mom? Is that Johnny Young? I think my mom may have.
Unless your mom's name is Edward, I don't think
Edward.
so there, Neil.
No, my mom's name is not Edward. The other thing, the only bad part about coming on with you guys is I have to turn your show down, and off. I'm listening to your show all morning. I literally been listening, all week this week. And Dawn, you were just talking about, I know this isn't why you had me on, but you were just talking about just getting to the bottom and the truth of these mRNA. And I know you don't want to talk to me about it because you want a medical expert. That's not me. But I think that my experience with this is similar to so many people's, and that is this. My son, 2 years ago, received a full college scholarship, over $100,000 to go to college, and I won't say what college. And this was 2023, the summer of 2023, and he was required to get vaccinated, and so here we are as parents with an 18-year-old son having to sit down and make the agonizing choice of accepting a full college scholarship that he worked his entire life in order to get, and getting vaccinated. And that's for a kid who, we adopted this kid from Ethiopia when he was 5 years old. And it's agonizing to think we brought him over here because of just the horrible conditions, the abject poverty that he lived in. And now we may be putting something in his body for the sake of free college. And he had a pre-existing heart murmur, and we tried to get exceptions. And I just think there's so many more people out there who have those type of stories that deserve, we deserve the truth and we deserve the answers, because policy has to be informed by truth, or else it's bad policy. And so legislatively and politically, we always look forward and we never hold anybody accountable. And so to bring it, I guess, all the way back to these Texas politicians, I think that even though maybe it's politically risky, it's the right thing to do to hold these people accountable to the job that they pledged an oath to do.
It's so
and
true.
That's all that people are asking for, I think. I don't think people are asking for anything more. And I don't think it's too much.
And, you know, one of the things that I know you spoke about, you and your wife, and you have not only an adopted child, you have a big family. You have a bunch of kids, busy family, educator, deciding to run for Congress. I know it was exhausting, but you have a lot of love in the community. But one of the things that we also talked about was speaking about protecting girls in sports, thinking about schools. Beth Ann Rossica, Broad and Liberty, just had her on last Friday, and we'll get her on again to talk about her latest piece. But, you know, she was filing these Freedom of Information requests, doing great investigative work, and finding out that across our region, the vast majority of schools are still doubling down on this issue, meaning that it remains an issue where girls are not protected in sports, locker rooms, bathrooms, etc., including where you are in Chester and Berks counties.
Correct, yes. And that was one of my first, sort of realizations after the election was over. I was, there's sort of, it's an emotional, the party, the Republican Party, and the message nationally won, right? Like we won. People accepted our ideas. They rejected the ideas of the far left progressives, and we won. Now, obviously, it didn't happen here in Chester County, but I think there's, sometimes it's every election to me is a step in one direction or the other, and so we have to make sure they're always steps in the right direction. And so I think there's a future for Chester County to really to wake up and come back to the conservative Republican roots. But my biggest fear was always going to be that people are going to think, oh, our schools are now safe. Mm-hmm. And I knew this wasn't going to be the case because like businesses, you're seeing it now, like businesses are pivoting, right? We've talked extensively about American Eagle ads and everything else. Businesses are dropping it because for them, it was just something to check a box off to say, hey, we don't want to be accused of any of these things, so we're just going to do this. But the ideas, these divisive ideas, this idea of, and really this boils into like the whole DEI initiatives too. Yes. They were birthed in higher education, and then also to an extent K-12 education. And so I always knew that these districts, they may tweak policies, it might be a wink, wink, nod, nod, but none of them had any intention of shifting. And what I really want the people, not just of Chester County and Pennsylvania, but I want people to understand that you have to ask questions. I know it's really, really challenging. In an age like we live in today, where all information should be readily accessible, why is the process so onerous to just get to the truth of what is going on in your son or daughter's school? And that's, that's something that people need to know. If you're conservative, hey, the election's won. It doesn't mean that your public school is going to change. Trump issues an executive order. It doesn't mean that they intend to comply. In fact, I talked to an attorney friend of mine, and he said, as far as Title IX interpretation, it's essentially the wild, wild west. Now everybody, because Biden, he changed language, and school districts were quick to get on board with that. Oh yeah, we like this, and they would fall back on, well, this is a executive order, and then Trump issues an executive order, essentially reversing it back to what it had been since 1972, and now the districts are going, well, we're not sure, we're confused, we need to consult legal counsel, and so essentially any interpretation goes until this really becomes settled, whether it's at the Supreme Court or districts who are losing money decide we're gonna reverse course.
Well, Neil Young, we want to keep in touch. We want to hear from you when you're ready. After you, I know that you're in the midst of it right now, but it's great. We want to keep you close. and make sure this time around that you are celebrated and supported from day one, and make sure that everybody understands what's at stake here. Neil Young, it's great to hear your voice. Great to talk to you.
Thank you, Dawn. It's always great to talk to you and see you. And I'll try to get out to another event. But in the meantime, I really appreciate you guys.
We appreciate you. Neil Young, great name, great boss. I did promise Neil, so I'll keep my promise. He's got to come down. When he relaunches and does what he's going to do next, he wanted to come, in the bus. I don't know if we're going to, Dan, maybe we'll be on the bus. We'll broadcast.
Oh, that'd be awesome. Yeah.
That'd be, we can have some fun with it.
Amazing. You can play us a couple songs.
Yeah, you could. We'll bring.
We can
some
ask him
harmonicas.
about Woodstock.
Yeah.
Oh,
bring some harmonicas. Maybe Dan Borowski.
Sorry.
I don't know if Dan plays a harmonica. Maybe Jimmy Kelly plays a harmonica. We'll find out.
I heard he does play a mean harmonica.
He's
Yeah.
855-839-1210. So much going on. So much to update you on. It's, fast breaking developments. Stay right there.
We got to hear about Marvin E. Cans there, Don.
Okay, but got to talk about my guys at Marvin E. Cans. Actually, I had a little warning thing go up. I don't know. It's the Therminator. I don't even know what it is on my HVAC. The little digital thingy.
Yeah.
And Larry, he goes like this. My husband's like, Dawn, it's blinking. Do something.
Doesn't that just mean it needs to be changed to the batteries?
No, it's a little
Okay.
warning. And then I look at the thing, and it's a Terminator. I don't know what's going on, but I got to call my guys. That's where I was leading.
Sounds like
with
what my
this.
friend called
I know.
himself in high school.
The Terminator.
Did not do too well with the ladies.
Marvin E. Cans. If Jonathan Cans and the guys are they're like laughing right now. They're like, oh, geez. She sees what? The Terminator. There's no such thing. Marvin E. Cans. That's why I've got my guys. Air conditioning. They always come out. They're great guys. I trust them. They're local, family owned and operated, and they've been in business for generations in operation. And by the way, military founded by a real military hero, and that's Jonathan's grandfather. So, they come out every season. They're due out anyway, but I did get the warning light. Here's the thing. If Marvin E. Cans, if they come out and they assess and they feel like your entire unit needs to be replaced, they're going to give you an honest assessment at a fair price. I can promise you that. And hopefully install a high-efficiency Trane AC unit. That's Trane. Hard to stop a train. That's the saying. You can visit them. Marvin E. Cans, KANZE.com. I cannot say enough about them. I trust these guys. They're really good guys. I like them. You know that Jonathan Cans was here as part of our actually Travis Manion fundraiser that we had. So a lot of you got to meet him in person. But it's Marvin E. KANZE.com. Marvin E. Cans. Make sure you tell him Dawn sent you.
With so much uncertainty in the world today, you may find yourself wondering, is now even the right time to retire?
And so many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping get people to, through, and beyond retirement for over 25 years. And each week, he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti, Saturday mornings at 9 and Sunday afternoons at 5 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Stop buying gold online. Edelman's Coins is the Philadelphia area's largest buyer and seller of gold and silver bullion. Family owned for 99 years, Edelman's Coins has continued to provide ultra-competitive pricing paired with unparalleled customer service. With transparent buy-sell spreads, you know you will always get a fair deal. When buying or selling bullion or coins, think Edelman's Coins. Call 215-572-6480 or visit edelmanscoins.com.
Hey, pet parents, the summer season is here, and that means it's time to get outside and enjoy some sunshine with your pet. Hi, I'm George Parenti, the lead dog at the Dogs and Cats Rules stores. The stores are loaded with great summer collections of outdoor and interactive toys. We carry the finest selection of fresh diets, like gently cooked, raw, freeze-dried, air-dried, dehydrated, baked, and of course, traditional kibble and cans. Dogs and Cats Rule with 7 neighborhood locations. Visit dogsandcatsrule.pet. That's Dogs and Cats Rule. Shop small, shop local, shop family.
Let's talk about your health. You need to undergo complex dental surgery. I'm talking the whole 9 yards, implants, crowns, etc. Are you really going to trust just any pop-up dental chain, or do you want the best of the best? When it comes to complex dental surgery, for over 12 consecutive years, Dr. Mike Veneria Dental, has been recognized by his peers as a master of complex masterful dentistry. Dr. Mike treats other doctors. The experts call Dr. Mike the expert. You want a dentist who actually cares about your health, and with Dr. Mike, it's not about cost, it's about care. His compassion and commitment to your health is his top priority, and that is why Dr. Mike is a dentist the entire Zioli family trusts. When it comes to your health, including your dental health, that's never the time to cut corners. You want the best and only the best. So make your appointment to see him today and get a free dental implant consultation. If you already had an estimate for one, get a second opinion. It's worth doing. 856-786-2020, BanariaDental.com.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want to boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, HIMS.com/JOY.
When my business was taking off, our old phone system just wasn't cutting it. We needed fewer missed calls, more flexibility, and better visibility into customer conversations. That's when I found OpenPhone.
OpenPhone is the all-in-one system for small businesses and growing teams. Manage multiple numbers from one device, work seamlessly as a team with shared numbers, and stay organized with AI-powered call transcripts, summaries, and next steps, so nothing gets missed and your team responds faster. OpenPhone integrates with tools you already use, like Slack, HubSpot, and Zapier, so everything's connected and efficient.
Having tried just about every relevant small business phone system, OpenPhone is truly in a league of its own. It's now essential to how we run our business, and I couldn't be happier with the value it brings.
See why over 60,000 businesses trust OpenPhone. Try OpenPhone for free at openphone.com/try and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's openphone.com/try. openphone.com/TRY.
Looking for beautiful, high-quality furniture for your home? Look no further than Bucks County Estate Traders. Skip the big chains and discover their massive showroom in Hatfield, packed with 16,000 unique pieces, where you can furnish your whole home in one easy visit. Shop comfortably and get it delivered locally or wherever you are. Thanks to their exclusive white glove carrier network, Bucks County Estate Traders handles delivery nationwide, so you can save time, effort, and money. Visit buckscountyestatetraders.com or their showroom in Hatfield today.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Just like a strong bullpen closes out the game and keeps the win secure, Plumbers protect the health of the nation. And here in Philadelphia, Plumbers Union Local 690 is always ready to deliver in the clutch. Whether it's hospitals, commercial, industrial, or residential projects, with the best trained plumbers in the world, you can trust your job will be done on time, on budget, and built to last. When your business needs to build new or expand, step up to the plate with Plumbers Union Local 690. Visit plumbers690.org.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT-HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stensland Show on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Why are you on the roof? Mr. President, what are you doing up there?
Taking a little room. Come down and talk to us.
What are you building?
Look. The ballroom, which is on the other side.
Are you considering more renovations, sir?
Hello, Peter. Peter.
Are you going to build up? Hi, sir.
Look at his face.
Building a dome?
What do you... More ways to spend my money.
Can you give us another hint?
We'll show you. It's just another way to spend my money for the country.
Are you considering a second story?
Everything I do is financed by me, so you don't have to worry. It's contributed. Just like my salary is contributed. Nobody ever mentions that.
No, are you going to add another level?
So there's President Trump up on the roof. Thank you, Dan, for that. Mixing a little fun up on the roof, the original version. A lot of people read, Carole King, right? I know there were a lot of people who did that song, but this is the original. Was it the Drifters?
Yeah.
The original version.
Yeah.
So we got to be original. But it kind of reminds me of that. It's like, up on the... And there he is. He's like waving. And he's got this like little smile. He's having fun up there.
He loves it.
Right? You always love to see somebody, no matter who it is, but especially your president who's working for us, we the people. He's up on the roof.
He loves it.
He loves it.
And like to take people behind the scenes when they all the media is set up at Pebble Beach, and they kind of get notified to like where they're supposed to go. So that they were told to go to this random spot next to the White House, and all of a sudden the president walks out on top of the roof, and they're all looking up like, "Hey, Mr. President, Mr. President."
And when you see it from afar, they're pretty far. So I'm thinking that somebody gave him a wireless microphone, because I'm thinking that when you look at the wide shot, I don't know, you can look at it, Dan, but when you look at the wide shots, it's pretty far away. You can hear him quite clearly. So I'm wondering if somebody gave somebody, look at how far he is away. They gave him, I think he's wearing a lav, like a wireless lavalier or some kind. There's a microphone up there, I'm theorizing. I can't see it, but I'm thinking that. And when he says, look how
Come down and talk to us.
Maybe not.
What are you building?
You know what they need is a parabolic.
A what?
One of those, like at the sports games, the parabolic microphones with the...
Hello, the Peter Ducey, hello? Hello, Peter. You're looking good, Peter. Because I think Peter was off a little bit. I think he was on vacation or something. So like Dan Borowski was on special assignment, you'll learn what Dan was doing. But in this case, so what we know, and you hear the president alluding to this as he's on top of the White House roof. I was looking up different presidents, not too many, photographed up on the top. So what is he planning? We know, and we've told you about the ballroom, $200 million total renovation, because they've said, when we are entertaining, heads of state and so on, it's embarrassing. We have to put up this, rent a tent out there, and it's not the greatest, and especially mud happens depending on the weather, or it's cold or whatever. So but private money, not the taxpayers' money, renovating the ballroom. And so apparently they're going through some plans. He was up there with the same architect as the one who's helping to renovate the ball. I love it. This is a guy who, look at the Trump Hotel.
You should do all press conferences from up there.
I know. I just got such a kick out of it. But I love his little, he does that little, smile. You don't usually see the side of him where he's totally relaxed, having a little fun. Hello, Peter. He gives that smile, and he's like, I'm spending my money. So what he's telling us, reportedly, he is using his own funds, as he did with the two flags. We covered that live, remember? So he's having some fun. He loves doing this. and it relaxes him. So I can't wait to know what are they planning for the roof, what a brilliant idea. You know what I mean? It's a beautiful space. It's up there with the best view of our beautiful nation's capital.
Would it be something that maybe changes the facade of the White House so we know from that point forward any
it.
profile of the White House was, due to Trump?
I wonder.
I haven't been here. I'm genuinely curious. Did you guys offer your review of the redesign of the Rose Garden by chance?
No, we didn't. We haven't done. I mean, the Rose Garden with the pavers, you mean?
Yeah.
With the pavers, here what I will say, they had all of those events there, and I think that was really, I think that was something that was common sense because they had all of those Rose Garden events. The problem was that if you have any kind of inclement weather, you would have mud. You would have mud and muck. It was a slippery hazard. You by law have to have things handicapped accessible. I mean, I'm really serious.
I mean, to your point, like, every time they had an event out there, if there was potential for mud, there would be a tarp that rolled out, which would absolutely kill the grass, which means that they'd have to call on landscapers, not just to mow the grass, but to completely resod the lawn. And it was a process, but it was beautiful, Dawn, and
I know. It was practical. I'm doing the same thing in not the same, but like in my backyard, there's this grass. No, we're going to just pavers, that's it. So sometimes you have to be practical because you have to think about safety. If you remember, he addressed this way back before they did it, and he said basically it was practical. He said that it was slippery. He said that the ladies complained because they would get their high heels stuck and that could present where they fell. And so it's just, you got to do it. You got to be safe. You got to be safe. So I know everybody, look, it's Trump. If Obama paved the whole stinking White House lawn, nobody would have complained. We wouldn't even know about it. But because it's Trump, they're going to say something. But to me, I'm doing this in I hope Larry's not listening because he doesn't even know this, but I got the estimates for it from my guy.
Oh, breaking news.
Larry, if you're listening, just turn off the radio if you're driving. But yeah, it's practical. Sometimes you got to do it.
Yeah, I guess to prove your point about media bias, if you were to Google before and after White House Rose Garden images, what they do is they don't take a picture of the vast open lawn that was replaced with pavers. They take pictures of the roses on the side there that weren't replaced and act like those were all. So really, it just replaced, from what I understand, the big lawn that's out there, the grass, and made much more beautiful with marble, sidewalks. I just wish they left the grass in the middle, or at least kept some kind of grass.
Yeah, so
there.
And they love to say there was one that the First Lady, Melania Trump, she designed. They said she took out these trees and bushes. I was there, and I have even pictures that I could show. And by the way, another little trick they'll show a different season. So they'll show like all the roses in bloom, like this time of year. You know what I mean?
And gray skies.
Yes.
So I'm going to actually, it's funny you say that. Go to youtube.com/@1210WPHT, please. And please like and subscribe. You'll actually see here in a couple seconds an image of exactly what you're talking about once my computer unfreezes.
Yeah, so just to point this out to you, think about Donald J. Trump. Think about if you've ever stayed in a Trump hotel. I've not been to Mar-a-Lago, but look at how gorgeous Mar-a-Lago is. This is somebody who loves to do this and has some of the most incredible 5-star properties worldwide, golf courses, hotels, etc. So it's not going to be ugly. It's never going to be ugly, but it has to be. If you've worked in the hotel industry, you understand that you have to get approved. It has to be safe, and safety, other than cleanliness in the hotel industry, that's number one is safety. If you have people slipping and sliding on a muddy grass, or their heel is sticking and they're almost falling down, you can't have that. You know what I mean?
Liability.
You're hosting a leader. Okay, here it is. Breaking the White House Rose Garden before and after with Trump.
look at the pictures.
Come on, people.
That's a picture from like the 60s, I feel like.
Yeah, if you're watching on YouTube, Dan, thank you for doing this. So on one side, you have this time of year in the summer. Everything's in full bloom, tulips and roses and greenery, and the grass is green. That's on the left. On the right, they show it in like February, when it's muck and snow and gray skies. And it's like, are you kidding me? That's the ultimate in media bias, if by the way. I'm sure it looks fine. We've seen events that he's hosted. Maybe when Netanyahu was here, I'm trying to remember the most recent when I saw the pictures, but they're pavers. That's what they put in so that everybody's safe. And when you have people with walkers or wheelchairs, yes, there is liability and safety, and you're hosting an event.
Well, underline too that they're pavers. They are removable too, aren't they? I think so. So I don't expect you to know.
I mean, with pavers, yeah, you can. I mean, it's
not like poured cement
project.
or poured asphalt.
No, they didn't pour
like,
cement.
Yeah,
the pavers are actually they're environmentally more ecological, let's say, and they put the sand down and the whole thing.
Ooh.
So we got that going on.
Got to hear about some great cars, Dawn.
Yes, we got to talk about cars. We will get into the latest with the whistleblower report, about 19 pages, Pam Bondi. And this is all part of, what we're learning with regard to Russia, what Democrats do. And we'll talk what Dems do. That's the title of the next segment. So we'll talk Russia, all of it. And with DOJ, obviously getting into those named, because they named names last night. And so we have the subpoena list and so on. So we'll get into all of that. Don't worry, you're not missing a thing. And then what is the latest that President Trump is putting out there with an executive order? I'll get into that. That's a developing story just this morning within the past, about less than an hour ago. So don't worry, you're never going to miss a thing. But we got to talk about whether or not you're hitting the beach, and what a beautiful beach week, or maybe you're cruising through the city this summer. Why not do it in style? The Honda Summer of Performance event is going on right now at my favorite Honda dealers, Piazza Honda. Piazza is my number one favorite. Well, right now is the time to get behind the wheel of how about a new Honda Civic? What about an Accord or a CR-V? That's what Lair Bear drives, the CR-V. It's a beautiful vehicle with unbeatable leases. So I have a new lease that's awesome with an HR-V. So mine is smaller, sportier, but still has all the storage space with the, kind of an SUV kind of feel to it. But I love my HR-V. But if you want something a little bigger, that's the CR-V. That's what Larry has, because he's the tall guy and we go on all the family trips with him. So he has the bigger, kind of comfier vehicle. Whatever you're looking at, all of these different options, daily deals you want to check out, unbeatable leases, like I say, with low finance rates. You got to hurry in. These summer savings, they're not going to last forever. Drive right to Piazza Honda of Philadelphia. Make sure you ask for Awesome Ross the Boss. Langhorne, Pottstown, Reading, Springfield. Do this today. You can always go online first, piazzahonda.com, Piazza, piazzahonda.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and almost 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. And if you think this is just a cosmetic problem, think again. Varicose or spider veins, if left untreated, can lead to swollen or discolored legs, cramping, the inability to stand or walk, neuropathy, even worse, blood clots, which can travel to other parts of your body. But here's the good news. Advanced Medical Vein Treatment Centers offers plans that treat and cure the condition, not just cover up. Grab your phone, take down this number, and call 800-597-7992. That's 800-597-7992. When you call, you'll get free information on how you can live your life to the fullest again. Walk, exercise, sleep well. Your vein problems will not go away on their own, and in time can lead to major health issues. Call Advanced Medical Vein today for free information on fast and easy solutions that are covered by most insurance plans, Medicare included. Call 800-597-7992. That's 800-597-7992 today.
At Citizens, we know when you're into something, you seek out advice. We all do. When you're into fitness, you got a trainer.
Another 12 reps. Let's go.
Wellness, a meditation expert.
And breathe.
And a stylist when you realized fuchsia wasn't your color.
That's so you.
So, what about advice for your money? From making a plan to reaching your goals, Citizens has the guidance you've been looking for all along. Make sense of your money with Citizens. Get started at your local branch or online at citizensbank.com/made-ready.
Hey, this is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Listen, I know sometimes you worry about coming to see me because you don't want to invest in real estate, because you don't want to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants. I'm going to teach you a way that you don't have to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants, or even own any real estate and invest in real estate at the same time. You want to learn this, so go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com, and take a complimentary class this Thursday, and I promise you, no toilets, no trash, no tenants.
If you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt, medical bills, or personal loans, help is here. As Americans continue to pile up astounding credit card debt levels with high interest rates to make ends meet, debt relief is being made available through National Debt Relief that could reduce a significant portion of what you owe if you qualify. For many, continuing to struggle making minimum monthly payments could take 25 or more years to pay off. National Debt Relief has already helped over 550,000 Americans reduce their debt by negotiating directly with their creditors. When you call, you'll be amazed at how much you can save and how quickly you can become debt-free. If you want off the debt treadmill, call National Debt Relief today. You don't need to declare bankruptcy, and you may qualify for significant debt relief. Call the Relief Hotline now to check what savings you may qualify for. Dial 800-476-3131. 800-476-3131. That's 800-476-3131.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
When my business was taking off, our old phone system just wasn't cutting it. We needed fewer missed calls, more flexibility, and better visibility into customer conversations. That's when I found OpenPhone.
OpenPhone is the all-in-one system for small businesses and growing teams. Manage multiple numbers from one device, work seamlessly as a team with shared numbers, and stay organized with AI-powered call transcripts, summaries, and next steps, so nothing gets missed and your team responds faster. OpenPhone integrates with tools you already use, like Slack, HubSpot, and Zapier, so everything's connected and efficient.
Having tried just about every relevant small business phone system, OpenPhone is truly in a league of its own. It's now essential to how we run our business, and I couldn't be happier with the value it brings.
See why over 60,000 businesses trust OpenPhone. Try OpenPhone for free at openphone.com/free and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's openphone.com/free. openphone.com/FREE.
Free speech lives here on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
All this morning with the Department of Justice issuing these subpoenas with regard to the Epstein case. We also have, and I'll get to this, I'll get to Tulsi in just a second, but in this one as well, within the past hour, the president signing another new executive order addressing threats to the United States by the government of the Russian Federation. That's the title of it. And essentially the White House, President Trump signing this executive order to address threats from Russia. And the bottom line on this, it imposes a 25% tariff on Indian imports of Russia. And so this is a breaking news story, if you will. I'll call it a developing story because it's within I'm looking at the time code on it. So the White House issued this new executive order, the statement on it, 10:13 a.m. So a little over an hour ago, about 70 minutes ago. Just wanted to bring you that. With the authority vested in me, President of the United States, blah, 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 President of the Constitution, laws of the United States of America. It goes on to talk about the International Emergency Economic Powers Act, citing that and all different emergency acts. And this is an executive order 14066. Okay, he's citing that one, talking about imports. So using multiple different emergency type orders to issue this executive order, speaking about Russia, threats with regard to threats of Russia. So I don't know if we are going to have a news conference at this point. I believe the president they were meeting with the vice president, and they're having meetings right now to talk about this. So that was right before the actual meeting that was planned. So we have that one going on. Then we have Department of Justice. I'll get to Tulsi TikTok in just a second. But the Department of Justice with regard to Epstein, we talked about this a little bit yesterday. We knew this was coming, issuing these subpoenas. And so this is the House Oversight Committee issuing subpoenas, and this has to do with the Epstein files. And so who is named, because we have we have individuals named. So House Oversight Committee issuing the subpoenas to former President Bill Clinton, former Secretary of State Hillary Rodham Clinton, HRC, for testimony regarding Jeffrey Epstein. So this is the committee chair. This is Comer speaking about this, sending a whole bunch of subpoenas related to Epstein yesterday, with the Clintons being just two of the people that the House investigators are looking to hear from. And Comer also sent a subpoena to DOJ, Department of Justice, for all records that are related to Epstein's case. We have this going on. And so this involves, for example, those being compelled to appear, former FBI directors, here we go, James Comey, Robert Mueller, as well as Loretta Lynch. Remember her? Ex-Attorney General, also Eric Holder. So remember all these names, just bringing them back. Eric Holder during the Obama administration, Bill Barr, William Barr, as well as Jeff Sessions and Alberto Gonzalez. So all of these different individuals, these are official subpoenas. Let us not forget Steve Bannon, if you read his book, remember he was in solitary confinement. And remember, in one of the cases, he had defied that subpoena. And the other one, it had to do with, FAFSA, overseas business dealings. But nobody had a problem with any Republicans during the previous administrations rounding them up and putting them in jail. Nobody had a problem with these types of subpoenas. Let's get the transparency. Let's get these people under oath in an official, responsible, trial-like proceeding where everybody is sworn in and nobody's acting, nobody's over the top. Let's not have fancy schmancy movie or TV producers anywhere near this. Make it as if, it's an official court type proceeding, respectful. That's what this should look like, in my humble opinion. Comer followed through on an earlier committee vote to subpoena Ghislaine Maxwell. Remember that? The close and now convicted Epstein associate sentenced to 20 years. She's serving the 20 years, moved from Florida to Texas. Both facilities, minimum security, as I've reported. She was not moved from a full security to a minimum security. That's not what happened. So we have that going on. Texas, maybe that's a little nicer, newer, I don't know, but they're both listed as a lower security, a minimum security. So let's get to Tulsi Gabbard.
We do have to break.
Oh, we do?
Yes.
Darn it.
I apologize. And we got some callers, too.
All right. Do you want to go?
So,
right.
Tulsi, we need a little bit of chunk of time because the clip itself's kind of long. That's why I said we should probably break. If you want to take a caller before break, we can probably squeeze one in, though.
All right.
You got Lou and Langhorne who wants
Lou.
He wants to redesign the ballroom. Has some suggestions for you, Dawn.
Hey, Lou.
Hey, how are you?
Good,
how are
thank you.
I just want to let you know that since you came back from Italy, I'm going to Italy in September with my whole family.
Woo!
We're going to visit where the grandparents came from. We're going to, of course, Rome, Florence, Abruzzo, Sulmona,
beautiful,
Bologna, and then Malta for a couple days, and then to Naples. So we're following you. So
Love it.
It's all good.
Love it. Yeah, you got the conservative tours. We were just talking about it yesterday, but whether it's with Sicily with Dom or whatever we're doing next year, hopefully. But I love Italy. It's the one place I will say I just want to go back as soon and often as possible, as I just love it. I do. I'm with you.
I agree. And my daughters have traveled, but mine's all in Vietnam and Thailand. So I'm happy. So what I called about was the speed of Trump is like, I'm really kind of dizzy to see what's all going on and what he's accomplished. And I think most of us are. Yeah. But the ballroom, I think the ballroom is a wonderful idea. What I think might be pretty cool. And I don't know how big it's going to be, but I'm sure it's going to be pretty big. Say on the floor they do, it's somewhat like in the Vatican they have, and different places where they'll have like stone pictures of certain things, like maybe do Independence Hall, maybe do the founders together, maybe do, the White House, maybe do Lincoln Memorial, something like that.
Beautiful.
I think you're walking, but you're seeing history as you walk.
I love it. That's a great idea. Lou, you have great ideas. Well, thank you so much for sharing that in the Italy trip. It's wonderful. I'd even said, because he wants all private money is going to pay for this ballroom, that maybe they allow people to donate like you're saying, floor tiles that are beautiful marble, whatever they're going to do. And different people could donate that and have like or maybe somebody like my grandpa, Iwo Jima, World War II. You could do, I don't know. I'm just like, we're all like Lou is kind of brainstorming there, but you could pay for like a forever tribute.
You know what that does, though, is it creates a situation where most of the time that ballroom's not being used, it creates a tourist attraction where tourists can come in and see who bought the, tiles and such.
People's house.
It's a great idea there, Don.
So keep them coming. You guys are such a great, brilliant resource, right? We'll all crowdsource on this one. All right. I promise you around the corner, you want to hear this because Tulsi Gabbard, she's talking about the whistleblowers. We have the reports, newly declassified Durham appendix. And she's saying this is tangible proof that you know who, not me. I'm not the Clinton she's talking about. But that Clinton, HRC, did she approve this plan?
The weirdest thing about me is that I don't sweat.
But she can bark like a dog. All right, we'll get into all of it. I promise. Oh, geez. We're having way too much fun today. We'll get into all of it. Developing story. We'll get into the other names being named by Tulsi and the whistleblowers. But we got to get into the kitchen because, with Kitchen Magic, they've been transforming kitchens and baths for more than 45 years. Right here, in America, the USA. So they're family-owned, second-generation strong, manufacture all their cabinets right in not just the USA, but specifically Nazareth, Pennsylvania. That means no tariffs, no middleman, just expert craftsmanship and unbeatable value. What are you waiting for? This August, take advantage, 30% off cabinets during their summer savings event. Do you hear that, honey? 30% off. You gotta do it. Trust the name your neighbors have. I did that just for Larry Bear. He's driving off the road right now. Like, what? Trust the name your neighbors have been trusting for decades. Kitchen Magic. They are awesome. Call for and visit kitchenmagic.com. Kitchenmagic.com. 30% off cabinets this month. Yeah, make this deadline. Get the magic. Kitchenmagic.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Temperatures will be a few degrees below average as we finish off the work week. It'll be mostly cloudy today with a high of around 83. For tonight, mostly cloudy skies continue, low 67 for the city, a bit cooler in the suburbs, and a comfortable day on Thursday, becoming partly sunny, highs again in the low 80s.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/radio to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio. HIMS.com/RADIO.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply or play stop to opt out.
You work hard for your money, so why let traditional banks hold you back? At Current, we're flipping the script with banking that keeps up with your life. With Current, your paycheck does more. Need money before payday? Access up to $750 with a paycheck advance if you qualify. No credit check, no hassle. Also, the Build Card makes it simple to build credit with no annual fees or hidden traps. Members boosted their credit scores by more than 80 points after just 6 months. Get ahead. Get Current.
To get started with Current, text SPEND to 323232. That's SPEND to 323232. Text SPEND to 323232.
Banking services provided by Choice Financial Group and or Cross River Bank, both members FDIC. Paycheck advance provided by Fineco Advance LLC, a financial technology company, not an FDIC insured bank. Product eligibility, availability, and performance may vary and are subject to change at any time. Using your credit card responsibly may allow you to improve your credit score. For details on cost, terms, and conditions, visit current.com or call 1-888-851-3177.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. We're dedicated to serving people 50 and up like me. Our needs are different. Big Wireless wants us in an unlimited plan, but if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used. At Consumer Cellular, we're focused on affordable, reliable plans, including data that suits your needs, not ours. Our plans start at just $20, and you'll get the best customer service in the business.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/facts or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Summer is here, and it's time to plan your style staycation with Bob's Discount Furniture, where you can find everyday low prices on the hottest styles. The comfiest Consumer Reports recommended mattresses, fast, friendly delivery, and flexible financing to fit your budget. Go to mybobs.com for details. So stock up and score everyday low prices, delivered on time all summer long at your nearest store or at mybobs.com.
Oh, my Bob! Bob's Discount Furniture.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
So the headline here is that Tulsi Gabbard, we're talking about Russiagate, Obama's alleged revenge, Hillary's vendetta, and UFOs. That's today's headline, which I love. And this is
love that it's all included.
I know, right? You can't make this stuff up. It's just every minute of the breaking news and developing news. But this is Tulsi Gabbard, Director of National Intelligence, and you can look up these documents for yourself if you choose. And that's what I love about what she said today. Anybody can go to dni.org. You can check it out for yourself. But in this case, we want you to hear what she's saying. That in the bottom line here is that she is citing tangible evidence. And she's saying, we've got the goods. And so for anybody who says, oh, you know, and just really quick, because I want to get to this, but just to think about what they're saying as far as all the different headlines, they're saying, oh, Tulsi Gabbard goes all X-Files crazy. Like that's what the so-called mainstream media, they're saying that she's like gone off a cliff in alleging this. But what she's stating, you can choose to believe what you want to believe, but listen in, tell me, do you find Tulsi Gabbard, DNI, the Director of National Intelligence, this is what she's saying as she sits down with Miranda Devine to talk about, in her own words, what she calls Obama's Russiagate plot.
That uncovered the truth about how President Obama ordered this January 2017 intelligence community assessment to be produced. And he directed this order in early December, after President Trump had won the election. And in an Oval Office meeting, December 9, exactly. 2016. And the language that that was used in providing those tasks to the intelligence community from then Obama's DNI James Clapper is very significant because it doesn't ask the question, did Russia try to help Trump win this election? It was detail how Moscow tried to influence the election in favor of Donald Trump. So it presumes the conclusion and drives the conclusion that President Obama wanted to see. And that really kicked off what James Clapper, John Brennan, James Comey, and others fulfilled in this directive.
And so that's, by the way, MSNBC, just to trigger you with the headlines, AG Pam Bondi orders outlandish, this is an alleged news organization, MSNBC, or as some people call it, MSDNC, but it's MSNBC, quote, AG Pam Bondi orders outlandish grand jury probe into Gabbard-driven conspiracy theories. So this is Tulsi Gabbard and what she's talking about. And the MSNBC, in what's supposed to be a news article, calls it, she calls these claims, they call Gabbard's claims preposterous claims, have been discredited. Bondi has now directed the Justice Department prosecutors to launch a grand jury investigation anyway. That's NBC. This is a division of NBC, by the way. This is what they're writing. So listen in now as Tulsi Gabbard describes Hillary Clinton, HRC's, the allegations and the reports and the tangible reports they have and what is going on here.
So when people look at the newly declassified Durham appendix, you'll see a number of quite shocking statements in there coming from people like then DNC chairwoman Debbie Wasserman Schultz, talking about how, and I'm paraphrasing here, but Hillary Clinton's emails were deleted just in time. Statements like that, references towards some of Hillary Clinton's most senior advisors saying, hey, let's use the Russia play against Trump in order to diminish the attention that's going to Hillary Clinton's emails. And it actually points to statements about how Hillary herself approved one of these plans that was put forward again before her to heighten tensions around this Russia hoax, this alleged Russia collusion with Donald Trump, to draw attention away from her and away from the controversy that was surrounding her at that time. These documents also show that President Obama was briefed on this before the election, and how at that point in time, he talked about how he didn't want his legacy to be tainted by Hillary Clinton and her controversy, and claimed to want to stay out of it. Obviously, at a certain point, he made a different decision, but it really, again, starts to lay the groundwork for how we see at the highest levels of power in our country. Remember, Hillary Clinton was the Secretary of State. We see at the highest levels of power in our country how this narrative was very intentionally used, and some intelligence pointing to the use of foreign agents or assets to assist in this narrative that, again, was in essence executed to undermine President Trump's candidacy and to advance Hillary Clinton into the presidency.
And so I just ask you, is it the job of any newsroom, and this is MSNBC and all of the other networks, it's amazing to me that they go way out of their way to call what Tulsi Gabbard right now is outlining here. And you can go to odni.gov. You can look through all the news releases. So they started releasing this, just to remind you, last week. It was last Thursday was the first one. That was entitled Russia Hoax Whistleblower Threatened. Multiple attempts to report wrongdoing were ignored. So they go through and talk about how for 6 long years, a senior intelligence official was basically fighting to just do his or her job and to write reports responsibly, but that it was political and bureaucratic resistance in efforts to expose the manipulated intelligence behind the Russia collusion hoax. And so this is why it was, I think last Wednesday, actually, it was the DNI, Tulsi Gabbard, releasing the new documents. And they've continued to release that, including, by the way, and this is all declassified stuff. So we know that there is more to drop. Remember, I told you that it was reported. They're actively looking through the information, finding the information, and you can download the report. So in one of them, and I think that's a newer news dump. In this one, it's redacted, but you can still make out, as you have a whistleblower in here describing what they went through, the intimidation, and what they were being told, that they were not allowed to insert their findings into the final report. And then, of course, it was all scooched away. It was classified and then hidden away. And then also, remember, it was denied that President Trump, when he became the president, because it didn't work, when he became the president in 2016, they were not briefing him on this. And so this is all the allegation that it's just shocking. It's absolutely shocking information. And by the way, since when does a news organization shy away from, such shocking, can you even imagine if these kinds of detailed reports, and this one's 114 pages, the other one's the whistleblower report, 19 pages. Can you imagine if these types of detailed, juicy, tangible evidence, these are official reports and whistleblowers and the whole thing. Can you imagine if it was reversed and this was dirt on a Republican and a Democrat administration? Holy moly. They'd be all over it 24/7, right? You'd have Rachel Maddow, they'd have to have like a trough because she'd be drooling so much. I'm getting silly.
Slightly off camera.
I know.
Yeah. Spittoon.
You have like some
the
poor
old
guy.
West, yeah.
Ugh. But, this is, and it's a developing story. It just continues as they do the news jumps, as they get more information, they're releasing it. Yes, thank you. And this is the National Intelligence Officer for Cyber Issues, and they're going back and forth. But here's the thing. I'm looking at one. This is just, for example, which page is this? I think I'm on page, moving down. It's like page 20 or something. You see some of these. It gives the title. Then it says the original message was from James Clapper with DNI. It was dated Wednesday, August 31st of 2016. So think about that. It was right around the time of right after the DNC here in Philadelphia. And so they basically redacted the entire page, except for every once in a while you get DNI or DHS or different departments. So they do have to heavily redact it. But you can see some of these that the conversations are back and forth, and they leave in the wording where the whistleblower or a senior investigator is being told that they are not, do we understand each other? That kind of language where they are being told in absolute terms, you will not include such and such in your report. And so, like I say, these are just pages and pages, hundreds of pages. So we'll get your thoughts. I'll give you a few more tidbits I want to get into, just to give you some of the deets, some of the details. The devil lies in the details, but the devil has been exposed. The Dawn Stenslin Show continues, 855-839-1210. Be right back.
I'm Jalen Hurst here for Window Nation. If you're a fan of saving money, listen up.
From now through August 31st, you can get 50% off all window styles, plus 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for 2 years. That's right, you could pay nothing until 2027. Call 866-90NATION or visit windownation.com to get this great offer. Tell them you heard it on 1210 WPHT.
Don't pay more than you have to for new windows. Call 866-90NATION or visit windownation.com.
Hey, it's Nick Cale here. Whether you're hitting the beach or cruising through the city this summer, why not do it with style? The Honda Summer of Performance event is going on now at my favorite Honda dealers, Piazza Honda. Now is the time to get behind the wheel of a new Civic, Accord, or CRV with unbeatable leases and low finance rates. But hurry, these summer savings won't last. Drive to Piazza Honda of Philadelphia, Langhorne, Pottstown, Reading, or Springfield today, or shop online at piazzahonda.com.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
Jim Cipriotti at Retire Ready Financial Group doesn't need Google to know you're worried about retirement. Between inflation, rising taxes, and the uncertainty about Social Security, he understands. That's why he offers a complimentary retirement second opinion. It's a no-obligation meeting for you to talk about your concerns about retirement. You want to know if you're going to be okay? Let's find out. 610-894-7415 or go online, retirereadyfg.com.
Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, NPN number 2083768.
For a complete list of Talk Radio 1210 WPHT's contest rules, go to 1210wpht.com/rules.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ziprecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
So just to wrap up on this, as we think about Tulsi Gabbard, Russiagate, Obama's revenge, that's what she's calling it, and Hillary's vendetta. Have you ever noticed when somebody's that person, that insecure, gossipy person, and everything they say about other people, everything they accuse other people of, is in fact a mirror image of themselves? I will just say to you that, and this really resonates with me when I think about so many different levels, Democrats, whether they're the ones in Texas that fled to Chicago because they don't like the fact that, you know, they're going to change, they're going to do the gerrymandering or the redistricting, whatever you choose to call it, which is what Democrats did the last time around, or whether it's in this case, because remember what this allegedly, what it stems from is that Hillary Clinton was in big trouble because the story about the servers when she was Secretary of State in her basement that were bleached and so on. Remember that whole story? And so that's allegedly her motive for creating Russiagate, the Steele dossier, all of that. And so it's going to come out and this testimony is going to happen, right? And so when I look at the headlines, though, the Daily Beast, Tulsi Gabbard's caught up in a word salad over Russiagate hoax. MSNBC, I just read to you, calling it outlandish. Another one, Tulsi Gabbard goes full X-Files with her newest conspiracy theories. And so here's the problem with this. When you think about social media, when you think about X, that's number 12 on the list. But you know what? NBC News and MSNBC and CBS News and all of these other news agencies that I'm talking about, they reach far and away many, many more viewers, and they get those hits by the millions, by the hundreds of millions. And so that's a real problem as we look for truth, as we look for justice. Can we get to this call really quick? Really quick.
Yeah, let's get John.
Hey, John. You say what?
Hey, guy. Hey, thank you very much for taking the call. And I agree with everything you said, and I would like to see all 5 of them or that whole group go down. Here's the question, though. Do you really think you're going to get a fair and impartial jury in Brooklyn, New York, or in New York, or down in D.C. with these Democrats?
You asked the best question of all. Where does this go? And does it result in actual justice? Because we deserve the justice, and we deserve the
absolutely.
truth.
He's going to have to somehow, some way, get a change of venue in order for these charges to stick. Because this is going to be like, listen, I don't want to change the subject, but you know, when I remember the OJ hearing, and the OJ jury went in there with the notion of we got to get this guy off, and that's what you're going to get here.
But
they don't care what.
That's why, and let me just, because we're running out of time, because we're, and that's why it's great we're live and local. The Dom Show is coming right up, but I just want to answer your question because it's the most important question. The most important judge and jury will be the American people. So we, the people, and that's why they have to have transparency. They need to swear people in. They need to be under oath. These need to be carried live. And even in the intermissions, leave the audio up. Let the people hear and see an official, proper, legal, non-drama proceeding where these individuals are put before the American people. That's the courtroom that matters. Because if they do that and we have the full transparency and we see these individuals as they come in, they're sworn in, even if they're pleading the fifth, that's okay too. But make it an official proceeding, get everybody on record and under oath, and you will see the pressure and you will see the whistleblower. You will meet these people and the people will see that truth. That's where I would say the court that matters will be the court of the public opinion of the American people. This is our government. We need to take it back, push the reset button, not for revenge, but so that this never can happen again. I'm Dawn Stensland. Dom Giordano now is here with the Dom Show.
Hey, thanks, Dawn. Well, with the Howard Stern story out there, we're going to give some insight to the 13 minutes that he attacked me. What I said then, I think, is what is still eating at him and brought him down. And John Yoo, who is a brilliant attorney and former deputy attorney general, he's here at 2 to talk the Russiagate revelations.
Can't wait to hear that. Great Dom Show just ahead.
For more expert appliance shopping advice, here's National Appliance Warehouse's own appliance guru.
Hello, let's talk premium. These are the top-of-the-line appliances that dream kitchens are made of. If you're planning an investment like this in your home, where you buy is as important as what you buy. At National Appliance Warehouse, we're committed to delivering the superior buying experience you deserve. Our showroom features beautifully displayed premium appliances of every major brand, including highly sought-after monogram appliances. Our team of gurus is well-versed at guiding you as you navigate the same appliances you'd find in the most magnificent homes and the kitchens of cooking enthusiasts. And the National Appliance Warehouse team has the expertise to properly deliver and install your stunning new appliances.
Don't miss the Family Savings Event at National Appliance Warehouse. Elevate everything and save on monogram appliances. Featuring sophisticated luxury and understated durability, you'll love expertly engineered and purposefully designed monogram appliances. Click nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showroom in tax-free Wilmington today.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. If you're bummed that the summer's flying by, here's the best way to extend summer. Book a fall stay at the beautiful oceanfront Grand Hotel in Cape May. Cape May is beautiful in the fall. The weather is tremendous, the beach is beautiful, and there are fewer crowds. The Grand Hotel has several special packages to make your getaway even grander. You can book a Grand Escape weekend this fall and earn resort credits. Make it a September to remember and book a September stay. Still earn resort credits and save 10% off room rates. Just check out their website for details. Remember, always book direct with the Grand Hotel for the best rates and the resort credits. The Grand Hotel is also the perfect place to host a wedding, baby and bridal shower with 4 ballrooms. They have the perfect space to make lifetime memories. Call my friend Caitlin. She was just named 2025 South Jersey's Face of Weddings. She'll help you plan the wedding of your dreams. 800-257-8550 or visit them online at grandhotelcapemay.com. Book your fall getaway today, grandhotelcapemay.com.
If something happens to you, what happens to your family? Will they struggle financially? Will they be able to afford the home you built together? With Ethos, you can get life insurance coverage in minutes. Get up to $2 million in coverage for as little as $2 a day. All online with no medical exam. Just answer a few health questions. Get your free quote at ethos.com/life. That's ethos.com/life. Rates may vary. Billed monthly. Sample rate 10-year term life policy for a 35-year-old healthy non-smoking male.
When you haven't found love, it can feel like everyone else has. It's in every movie, every song, and all the PDA. Looking for love sucks. Thankfully, California Psychics can give you the guidance you need to find the one. We guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. And new customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com and experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Hey, welcome in, everyone. Dom Giordano show, ready to go. And, of course, seems the big news of the day is the impending departure or something going on with Howard Stern, as reported by British newspapers. We got John Yoo coming up at 2 o'clock today. And John will be here, the former Deputy Attorney General, to talk about Russiagate. What is it he wants to learn from it? In addition to that, we'll talk with him about the Maxwell visit by the Deputy Attorney General. He's here, too. You don't want to miss that. All right, Henry, I'm in your hands because I don't have a full list. But a few years back, and I have the article in front of me, approximately 2019, we had suddenly on my Twitter some attacks that I hadn't seen before. But in the end, when I learned where they were coming from, they were very tepid. They were coming from Howard Stern, who did about 13, 14 minutes on me. And here's the broadest point I'll make, and you can tell me if you think this is accurate with Howard Stern. The broadest point is not that Stern is being demoted, lowered salary and all that. Is it a Colbert, $100 million a year that can't bring? I'm sure that's part of it. And it's not solely about Trump, only in a roundabout way. What I think happened here is what I talked about then. Howard Stern wanted to be taken seriously. In other words, he saw Donald Trump, and he saw that Trump was president, and it just, he should be president. How many guys, Mark Cuban's another one, there's a bunch of these people that think, hey, we know Trump. If that guy can be president, then why in the world can't I be? I should be president. I'm a lot smarter than that guy. I know more about public affairs and all this stuff than Donald Trump does. Are you kidding me? And I talked about that, and somehow or another, Stern's producer got that, and we were off to the races. And it started by attacking me on illegal immigration. Henry, do we have that one, though, of Stern attacking the Trump people? All right. Do we have that, the Stern attack on the Trump people?
Yeah, I'm not sure which one of these cuts are which, so I think we're going to learn as we go here. So,
no, I mean the one I sent today. Okay. All right. All right, tell me what we have here, the first one here. You weren't here for this. From the Howard Stern
His bio reads, Giordano offers an intelligent guy next door sensibility that is as comfortable as your favorite chair.
To tell you what to think.
Yeah. But I can't tell anyone what to think. But based on our status in the radio industry, maybe listen to me more than this guy.
Okay, let's stop there. So you see where this is going. Exactly the thing that I told you. Maybe listen to me more than this guy. In other words, somehow or another, it hit a nerve. Now, you got to remember, this is 5-6 years ago when Stern was a bigger deal, even though, look, we all know he had faded from what made him. COVID then came in. I believe he wanted gravitas. He wanted to be taken seriously. And as a result of this, he became, I think, in the minds of a lot of the core of his listeners, a sellout. He betrayed them. So this is not about Trump, per se. In other words, I don't think Sirius is doing this because, the Trump people take another scalp here. I wouldn't care if you want to, if it makes you feel better that, that this is working, Colbert, Trump, Stern, any number of people, that's fine. But this idea that that's the sole reason is ridiculous. So what we have going on here is more Stern having a nerve hit. And you see what he did after that. It's not just that he was catering to Hillary and Biden, the interviews, because he's a Democrat or he favors them or he hates Trump. It's not just that. It's that he wants to be taken legacy seriously. Remember I told you the thing with Trump. Trump is president. What's he? So I think he started to move away from what he did, iconoclast, poking fun in sometimes vicious ways at anybody. And that was a lot more when he was on terrestrial radio, wishing prostate cancer on the FCC commissioners, I remember. Stuff like that. And he was married then, if you remember. So all these women and all the tension with that was a play. But we ended up, after a few people attacked me with some of the lamest stuff, going after me on illegal immigration and dumb Giordano. All right, Henry, what's the next one?
Well, we can continue with that one, and we didn't even make it halfway through
okay.
this.
Yeah,
right.
I got that.
Yeah, this next one, I mean, it's very, very simple, very quick here. Let me.
You're a wacko, dum-dum.
You're a wacko, dum-dum.
Okay.
Robin right there. Oh, man, what's another good one here? Let's see. Let's see him. This one's going after you.
This guy in JD sends me everything. There's a radio announcer in Philadelphia named Dom Giordano. Who you heard of him?
No.
I had never heard of him either. He was slamming me, saying that I'm some sort of expert. No, I'm not an expert, you moron.
He's just like you. He's dumb Giordano.
Yeah. And by the way, Donald's no expert either on walls. Dumb Giordano.
All right, hold it there. Now, so this is kind of the best they have that they settled on. But you hear what's going on here. It hit a nerve that he had tried to move out of what he was doing. And I'm telling you, the driving thing for it was gravitas. Trump is president. I'm only a guy making jokes over here. I've had Trump on 1,000,000 times. I know what he's all about in private. I'm a lot smarter than Trump on policy. Then it got into illegal immigration. And it got into what I say about illegal immigration. His producers saw it. And he talked about during breaks, I go and stand guard at the border. Well, not a bad idea. All right, let's hear that one.
In a perfect world, it'd be great to have a wall, to have electronic surveillance, to have
all
our
the
ports.
Experts say, Howard, once you build a wall, you still have to have all of this scrutiny. You have to have
of course.
Cameras. You have to have
Border Patrol.
Surveillance. You have to have Border Patrol. You still haven't done anything about the ports.
Yeah, I mean, that's all. I'm just basing
The
my
ports,
opinion on
Robin.
what I read.
Oh, the ports.
Excuse me.
And who are we trying to keep out with the wall?
Dumb Giordano. Well, actually, I shouldn't speak. This guy actually goes out during his radio show and patrols the border during his commercial break.
Absolutely. I have my badge. Okay. Now, Henry, do we have the one that's the recent where he went after the Trump supporters, dumb, he hates them, all that stuff? That's been more recent. Don't have that one? Okay. All right. What else? Anybody? Any other?
Yeah, we got two more here.
Yeah, go ahead.
Stern claiming he wasn't shaming anyone with his comments.
Okay,
here.
go ahead.
His bio reads, Giordano offers an intelligent guy next door sensibility.
That's right.
That is as comfortable as your favorite chair.
To tell you what.
Barco Lounger.
But I can't tell anyone what to think. But based on our status in the radio industry, maybe listen to me more than this guy. I never heard of him.
All right, there you go. We got that.
Notice this
Okay,
has
let's
been-
go to the next one.
And this is simply,
Yeah.
let's see, big deal. You've been to the border.
Okay.
I've been to Cabo. Does that make me an
You've
expert?
watched Narcos.
You're right. I mean, that's the most absurd thing I ever heard. This guy's a dummy, moron. I've been down to the border. Big deal.
All right, so that's a little bit. So what is it that is driving this? Okay. The Sirius can't cover the cost, obviously. It's hard to even tell when he's on. But is this a spasm suddenly based on Trump directly? I don't think it is. Okay, I don't see that as what is driving it. I told you what I think is driving it way back when. You've seen it. You've seen it trying to push Biden over the finish line. Even wore a suit with Biden. You've seen it with him attack and say he hates Trump supporters. You've seen it with the craziness over COVID. It's all part of that. I wouldn't be fooled by saying it's strictly, okay, this is just like Colbert. You know how they're playing it. He went after Trump and he's out. I'm sure some of these things play into the mix. It's more that they're not working. Is he a woke Howard Stern? Yeah, to some degree, based upon what he was. Is it a sellout? Yeah, it's not a sellout for money, though. You know, he's not going to get more money. He's got all the money in the world and all that. It's more a sellout. I fingered it then. He wants something bigger. He wants to be taken seriously. He wants to see the legacy, Rush Limbaugh, something like that. He's not. And his way of trying to get there was to go against everything he would have railed against when he made his name. And he was unique. There were 1,000 Stern knockoffs, but there was only one. He didn't lose it. He gradually, he got lazier too, but he gradually made a decision. And my tell was that when I was attacked by him on Twitter, there were a few hateful things. But I'm telling you, in the day, if Howard Stern came after you for 13 minutes, it would be all out war. I mean, you'd have to consider what you're going to do. You would get death threats. It'd be all kinds of stuff. There was nothing like that. Even though that's not only that, who's programming that show? It was over 13 minutes. It's ludicrous. All right, phone lines are 855-839-1210, AT&T, and Verizon Wireless. All you have to do is push pound 1210. So we got John Yoo on the show today. We'll talk with him at 2 o'clock. What does he want to end up knowing? And then will that lead to indictments, et cetera, out of Russiagate? He's the former deputy attorney general, so he has exactly the same job that we sent someone to interview Maxwell about Epstein. He'll have a lot to say about that also. All right, couple things. So I happened to see yesterday, side question today. I'm not even sure how I'm going to phrase it. It'll come out in the wash here. Two things. Saw this morning that at the Eagles' first exhibition game, I know, preseason game, a beer will cost $18.50. I didn't see what kind of beer, whatever. I just see the number $18.50 for some beer.
Oh, man.
So that's incredible. And are people actually going to pay that? The answer appears to be they want to drink beer at a game. They want to see it live. They don't want to do it at home. Even though it's an exhibition game, yes. I don't know the number that you could charge around sports. It's crack cocaine. But I do have a number. Are you ready? Don't be operating heavy machinery.
Okay.
There's a group that is buying, and then they're going to move it apparently, a WNBA team. WNBA. For $325 million. That's the asking price. Now, let me give you the premise, and Henry seems to think, that might be a good investment. The Eagles were around 185, 190 when bought. Now, it was 1997, 96.
94.
Okay. So it's 30 years ago. They're worth about $6 billion now. But my God, WNBA franchise, $325 million. Now, maybe they're going to sell it off. They think it'll climb for a year or two because of Caitlin Clark and sex toys on the court. But the idea that this is a winner is ridiculous, okay? So we got that going on. Here's the premise today. Something that's kind of showing you that you have too much money or you're not using your money wisely, like a luxury. Now, Henry, give us yours. You had a great one, I think, that I would never do. I don't care how much money, but a lot of people seem like they would do it.
Yeah, you know, if a lot of people, when they get, copious amounts of money, they may have a driver driving them around various places locally and, well, not abroad, but yeah, locally.
Okay, a driver.
Yes, a driver.
Yes. So we're looking for something that you don't get. You say to yourself, I would never do that.
I would never spend money on this luxury.
Yeah, on this luxury, on this item. It just seems it's hard to believe. Like, I'm not spending $18.50 on a beer anywhere at an Eagles game or otherwise.
I'll let you know if I do tomorrow.
We were going to go out on our anniversary on Monday, so I was considering, because it's not a bring-your-own bottle, what am I going to do? Ro likes the ambiance of it's half price off wine at this place. All right, I was going to get a glass of wine. But wine is $16 a glass, $14 a glass. I'm not doing that. I don't care. It's burning money in front of me. Not only that, I'm telling them, can you fill it up a little bit more? All right, so something that's a luxury, something that you think is something that you can't understand how you could spend on that. It could be grandiose. It could be everyday luxury. All right, Henry, do you have another one?
No, I think driver encapsulates my kind of thinking on the side question today perfectly. You know, like I personally like driving around. I like driving. I like the cross-country trip. And as you were kind of saying yesterday, if you have a driver in the car, you gotta talk to him. You gotta entertain him a little bit.
Exactly. Rich talks about that going up to Fox,
which I don't agree with. I think you can let the silence, kind of play out there. As long as you're not like rude to the guy. As long as if he says hi, you gotta say hi back. It's not like
well, this could be an hour and a half ride. You got to talk at least 20 minutes of it.
20 minutes? No.
Yeah, at some point here and there. Okay, hit us on that. And Stern, I think Sirius is going to make him an offer. But it's not going to be $100 million. They don't really want him to take the offer. They want his catalog of his radio work. I don't know about that. If they do, I want to know, how much do I get? How much do I get for that 13 minutes? And by the way, I found out, and when Dan comes in, we'll ask him, he still has 95 employees. 95 employees to do what? What the heck is going on there?
Want to bring some coffee and
I mean, it's got to be. The Dom Giordano file. Are you surprised at that? And I'm telling you, if it had been 5 or 6 years earlier, it would have been all-out war. All right, it's 855-839-1210. AT&T and Verizon Wireless, all that you have to do is just push pound 1210. Get in on all of it. Coming up, today is the 80th anniversary of Hiroshima. And a whole group of historians today unveiling, once again, Truman should not have used the bomb. And I'll tell you why it's important to say, yes, he should have. And I think Trump would have. I don't think Obama would have. Biden, somebody would have had the auto pen, they might have done it. Hillary would use it. 80 years later, telling us all those lives that we saved, Japanese also, by doing this, we shouldn't have done it. 855-839-1210.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
Our Veteran Spotlight presented by Window Nation. South Philadelphia resident Charlie Ellison, thank you for your service, and first and foremost, thanks for being in studio.
Yeah, good morning.
For most of the vets that we interview, most have a family connection. You do not.
At 18 years old, as a young, dumb punk growing up in this area, I wanted to get away, to get some perspective in life. Thankfully, that worked out.
Charlie Ellison, great stuff, brother. Thank you very much.
Thank you all for having me. I appreciate it.
Beautiful. And when you go to shake Greg's hand, squeeze extra hard.
Definitely will.
Start your day with Kale and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Does it seem like allergy season is always here? If you suffer, it sure does. Dr. Molly Fantasia and the medical team at Innovative Medical Associates can offer several remedies, especially if you're an allergy sufferer. Through the use of her unique hydration therapy protocols, Dr. Molly has helped many deal with the day-to-day frustrations in what seems like a forever allergy season. And then there are environmental environmental issues. Many times, after going to medical professionals in several states, people have come to find relief thanks to Dr. Molly Fantasia and her medical staff, and we all know that there are many issues out there in the world. For more information, contact Innovative Medical Associates at 856-489-0505. That's 856-489-0505. Or visit Innovative Medical Associates on their website, innovativemedicalassociates.com. And don't forget to listen to Dr. Molly Fantasia on the program Health Watch, heard every Sunday live from 8 till 9 a.m. and again from 4 till 5 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
You know you have pride in your team when you offer a guarantee for the life of your roof. That's right, for decades and thousands of roof installations, the award-winning team at GP Martini lives for roofing. That's why homeowners trust GP Martini to protect their largest investment. Whether you're considering an asphalt, shingle roof, metal roof, or even a solar roof, you can trust GP Martini Roofing. Visit martiniroofing.com. There's probably a satisfied GP Martini customer in your neighborhood. martiniroofing.com.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and almost 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. And if you think this is just a cosmetic problem, think again. Varicose or spider veins, if left untreated, can lead to swollen or discolored legs, cramping, the inability to stand or walk, neuropathy, even worse, blood clots, which can travel to other parts of your body. But here's the good news. Advanced Medical Vein Treatment Centers offers plans that treat and cure the condition, not just cover up. Grab your phone, take down this number, and call 800-597-7992. That's 800-597-7992. When you call, you'll get free information on how you can live your life to the fullest again. Walk, exercise, sleep well. Your vein problems will not go away on their own, and in time can lead to major health issues. Call Advanced Medical Vein today for free information on fast and easy solutions that are covered by most insurance plans, Medicare included. Call 800-597-7992. That's 800-597-7992 today.
Hi, this is Larry Steinhaus, and I want to let you know that I buy houses. I buy houses from people that may be a tired landlord, maybe somebody who's having trouble selling their house, or maybe someone who needs to sell their house quickly. Well, all you need to do is call 855-939-1137. That's 855-939-1137, and I promise to answer the phone and help you with your situation. That's right, your house may be cluttered. It may be a house that a relative left you, or it may just be a house you just want to get rid of. 855-939-1137.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
All right, it is Dom time. Welcome in, 855-839-1210. By the way, Henry, keep watching this. Casualties reported during an active shooter situation at Fort Stewart Base in Georgia. Okay, this breaking right now. Casualties reported active shooter situation at Fort Stewart Base in Georgia. Now, you might think, what was it? Got to get Alan West on speed dial. Was it Fort Hood, where we had the major, who everybody knew, his predilection toward Muslim extremism, murder people, including, I believe, a soldier who was pregnant. Remember that? So Fox reporting casualties during this active shooter situation at Fort Stewart Base in Georgia. You think of a fort, and I've been on several forts. You may have been. We have a lot of military people. You would think of this as a safe, pretty safe zone. One of the things that I remember with Fort Hood is the inability of people to carry weapons there. In other words, I don't think soldiers were armed. So if they, like Major Hassan, was able to just pick people off. Once you get past the people who are armed on the gates or whatever, then you have a bad situation. So this is breaking. And again, they're a mix of family businesses, a post exchange. So this will be interesting during an active shooter situation at the Fort Stewart Base in Georgia. We'll let you know. And again, there is no place that is, truly impossible to get into. But this is a situation that is fraught with difficulty. It was during the Obama years. All right, I mentioned 855-839-1210. Don't wait till 2 o'clock. Don't go with recency bias. You can win right out of the box. something that's a luxury that is, you wouldn't go for it. You know, $325 million for the WNBA, $18.50 for a beer at an Eagles game. Notice that both of them, in my mind, are sports related. What is it about sports? Well, it is a very small universe that people want it, or the belief is that people want it, particularly football, and they will pay anything for it. I don't know how they arrived at $18.50 for a beer at an Eagles season game. I think if you charge $25, you'd have people buying it. It seems to be like that. I once had a caller, I'll give you one, on the air, was a dad, and I felt for him. And this is like 15 years ago or so, maybe more. He was proud calling in that what he was paying for his daughter to go to Princeton. It may have been $90,000 to $100,000 at that point. And I was saying, you got to be kidding me what we're paying to go to college. And with him, it was a point of honor that paper's worth more because they had to pay that much. That's the thing. Once it gets fed, once there's a cachet attached to something, be it a Louis Vuitton, or a Princeton education, how in the world is it worth it what people have to pay to go to college? I guess their argument would mean that piece of paper still has cachet. I think it's losing it by day. You see more and more industries saying you don't even need a college degree. But as long as they can sell that, people are going to pay outrageous amounts of money.
There's a side question answer.
Yeah.
Piece of paper.
The piece of paper, right. Yeah, I thought it would come to me. All right, so the Fort Stewart base in Georgia on lockdown after active shooter situation, casualties reported. Fox is telling us the 2nd Brigade, I think, is headquartered there. All right, today is the 80th anniversary of Hiroshima. And every time I see this and see these new revisionist historians out there, I kind of go through my mind with various presidents. Would they have dropped the bomb? Thank God for Harry Truman. Because what would have happened? Two things. You probably know by now, American military was guesstimating 600,000 casualties, American and other troops casualties, invading Japan. Two, they were guesstimating at least 1 million Japanese would be killed because this was going to be house by house forever. We had it. We used it once. The other argument I would make, and they still didn't surrender. Even after the second on Nagasaki, there still were major holdouts that were trying to stop the emperor from surrendering, ultimately. O'Reilly, Killing the Rising Sun, one of his books I've interviewed him with, ends it by saying, well, maybe I wouldn't be here today. And he reveals his father was headed on a ship serving in the Second World War. He was being shipped from the European theater to the Japanese invasion or something like it. Think about how many World War II vets. Think about, and why? Well, why would we say we'd have to lose those troops? Who is it that attacked? Who is it that enslaved people? Who is it that was beyond a fanatical government and worshiping the emperor? Japan. No, that was not only the right military decision. In my view, it was the right moral decision. Absolutely. And thank God they did surrender. I don't know how long before we would have had a third. It was absolutely correct, but 80 years after the fact, you have any number of these historians that try to project this out of this. And I think Trump, in that situation, would have done it. I think Hillary Clinton, I believe, would. I don't know about any number of other presidents, though, what they would have done. And if Truman had not done that, he would have not only been impeached, it would have gone way beyond that. That was absolutely, thank God, we spent $1 billion to do it, 80 years later. And the argument, well, we're the only nation that used it. How can we talk? Oh, stop it already. So I said it was not only the right military decision, it was the right moral decision. Okay, 855-839-1210. So the Stern thing, I think how it'll play out is that Sirius will make some kind of offer But the offer will not be sufficient. I don't know what it'll move on to or what it'll do. But this has been coming for quite a while. And it does have the echoes of Colbert. 100 million. How can Sirius, I've seen that the guesstimate on Sirius, he may only have 125,000 people. It went from millions. It went from a phenom that would have been in some ways perfect for this age, not just politically, but the whole, going after the establishment thing. He attempted to become the establishment, mixing it in with attacking Trump, saying Trump was just duping you. Does he really think he was going to convince Trump supporters that Trump is laughing at you, just playing at this? He really despises you? Is that really the way that it was going to go? No, not going to work. But he got it said, and I was there when he came after me, way ahead of this moment, saying this guy is looking to be taken seriously. And that's why he's engaging in all this. He can't understand how Trump, of all people, could become president. Any number of these guys think that. Trump doesn't know anything. Look at what he says. I have policy. Biden believes it. I have policy papers right here. Yeah, but you don't have the instinct. You don't have the vision. You don't have the insight that President Trump does, aside from anything else. All right, coming up, we're going to talk with the head of the GOP out of Montgomery County about the whole issue of now the illegal immigrant groups going after 62 municipalities, one by one, to get them to stop ICE. And boy, do I have 2 ICE updates. One, how many people have applied just in the last week or so to become ICE officers? It's staggering. All that straight ahead with Dom Giordano on Talk Radio 1210.
When my business was taking off, our old phone system just wasn't cutting it. We needed fewer missed calls, more flexibility, and better visibility into customer conversations. That's when I found OpenPhone.
OpenPhone is the all-in-one system for small businesses and growing teams. Manage multiple numbers from one device, work seamlessly as a team with shared numbers, and stay organized with AI-powered call transcripts, summaries, and next steps, so nothing gets missed and your team responds faster. OpenPhone integrates with tools you already use, like Slack, HubSpot, and Zapier, so everything's connected and efficient.
Having tried just about every relevant small business phone system, OpenPhone is truly in a league of its own. It's now essential to how we run our business, and I couldn't be happier with the value it brings.
See why over 60,000 businesses trust OpenPhone. Try OpenPhone for free at openphone.com/free and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's openphone.com/free. openphone.com/FREE.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aids.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
The success you've already had matters at University of Maryland Global Campus because we're a school for real life. An accredited state university, UMGC lets you earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning and relevant life and work experience, or transfer up to 12 credits toward a master's. We offer affordable tuition and online and hybrid courses. Classes start August 13th. Apply now and save with no application fee. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ziprecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Nothing makes a gathering great like Eggland's Best Eggs. They're just so delicious with better nutrition too. For us, it's eggs any style, as long as they're the best. Eggland's Best.
Now back to the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
This is Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, Dom Giordano Show. Welcome in, everyone. As you know, the Delaware Valley is critical to winning Pennsylvania, which is critical to winning the country. The governor's race coming up is critical. And the issue of illegal immigration and places like Delaware County and certainly Montgomery County with their commissioners is a lot in the news. So the illegal immigration groups now are going municipality, and some of these are pretty small. I believe there's 62 of them, according to a report in the Inquirer. They're going to try to pick them off and pressure them municipality by municipality. And when you have the full weight of these groups coming upon a small town municipality, they're trying to get them to say, on paper, we're not going to help ICE, but more importantly, the suggestion is ICE not welcome. We're going to make it hard for you. Joining us, how does that play out politically in a place like Montgomery County? Joining us is the chairman of the Republican Party in Montgomery County, Chris Nascimento. He's with us here on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Chris, welcome to the show. Thanks for joining us today.
Hey, Dom, thanks for having me.
Well, Chris, I'm not sure. I don't have the article in front of me. It was either you or somebody else that said in Delaware County, Radnor was a sanctuary town well before a lot of the ICE stuff, and the Republicans used that politically to say, is that what you really want? Can that be done in Montgomery County?
Yeah, we think so, right? I think that if you look at the county, the Democratic commissioners have been pushing these anti-ICE agenda, and it's backfiring on them a bit because you now see ICE come out and criticize them for not turning over illegal immigrants that have been convicted of sex crimes. And so, to your point, you have these groups that I'm not sure who's funding them, but their strategy now is pivoted to, hey, we got the county, let's go municipality by municipality. And these are boards of supervisors, school boards, boards of commissioners, and to your point, these small communities, potentially small communities, where you don't have as much civic engagement or much activity at these supervisor meetings. And so they think they can come in and make a lot of noise and pressure some of these elected officials, whether they're Democrats or Republicans, to pass some of these ordinances that would prevent a local municipality from cooperating with ICE. And so, the challenge, I think, that they're going to have with that is that this is not an issue that people are going to be excited about when they see the news of things that are just happening in the county with folks that are here illegally. And so, you have the opportunity, or we as a party have the opportunity to go and push back, to rally folks to attend these meetings, and put a stop to this before they start to infect some of these municipalities.
Are there any towns that we know of that said, suggesting they're kind of a hurdle for ICE, don't come into this town? Are there any of these that have done that?
So I don't know. I haven't heard any that specifically have called that out. I mean, I know there are some where I would expect would be the first ones to go when you start to think about Whitpain and Ambler and some of those areas that have really kind of moved to a more liberal stance. I haven't heard any of them come out directly and say that they were sanctuary townships. But I think that that's probably where these folks would start to get some momentum when you have these boards that are controlled by Democrats.
Chris, what is the issue now in Montgomery County politically? And I want to talk about the governor's race a little bit. In a lot of places, Democrats are hollering about affordability. And when I see what your commissioners have done, the Mr. Softy Truck guy, among others, they are the commissioner, they are spending unbelievably. I'm not there day to day, but, I have friends like Stan and others who give me a blow by blow. And it seems to me you have one of the most educated, affluent, et cetera, around of any county. Still, Montgomery County, are they okay with all that spending? Do people ultimately reject this?
I don't think they are okay with that spending, and I think the job that we have to do is make them aware of the spending that's happening. All you have to do is go to Norristown and look at this courthouse renovation that they're doing. It's just massive, and it's massive amounts of glass and concrete, and they're spending millions of dollars on creating this huge government building. Meanwhile, like down the street in the same town, they've got a massive homeless problem. And so the spending, I think, is not only out of control, it's also misguided in where they're spending money on. They're worrying about affordable housing in the form of homeless shelters and things like that, is what they talk about. But then they go and spend money, as Tom DeBella calls it, the Taj Mahal in Norristown. They spend all this money on courthouses.
Chris, the governor's race and how this comes through Montgomery County, are you going to endorse or give us your sense of where we are with the governor's race at this point? And, of course, Montgomery County's own Josh Shapiro on the other side. I heard somebody sent me that, and look, I support security for him at all costs, given what happened at the governor's mansion. But the guy was concerned. He lives in his area to get an ordinance to put up an extremely high fence there. And I guess I would go for that. But how does it look in the governor's race through Montgomery County?
Yeah, first off, the governor is from Montgomery County, and so we know him well. I think the governor is much more vulnerable than he likes to think, or the Democrats like to put out there. And I think that you'll see more and more of that come out as we get into the fall and closer to the race. And look, what happened at the governor's mansion was terrible, and so I don't criticize him for wanting to make sure that they're secure, his family's secure. But I think he is vulnerable in this race, and I think that the county party won't endorse a candidate. That'll be the state party's job. But the state party is going to endorse a candidate. I think that there are lots of folks have talked about it. I personally think Stacey Garrity, our state treasurer, is an amazing candidate. Who is got an incredible number of votes last time, is out there in public. I mean, she is everywhere, and so I think that she's going to have a lot of support. But I think the state party, the state GOP, is going to be very unified going into the fall, and is going to really take a real run at that governor's mansion. And to your point, a lot of that's going to happen through Montgomery County. These candidates don't need to win Montgomery County. You just look at President Trump last year, but they can outperform, and that could be part of the path to Harrisburg. Well,
Rhetorical question for you. You don't have to answer. I agree with you about state. What the heck do we have to do to get Stacey Garrity to say yes? That's all that I want to know. And I'll get busy doing it now, because she is exactly the type of candidate that could puncture that Josh Shapiro is invincible. The only race is, Christian, you're pretty a young GOP chair. I don't know if you remember this. When he started out running for the House, I had him on then, and I think it still was kind of a Republican county, so that race may have been a little bit challenged. But after that, he's just been guided along, and the media love this guy as much as any politician that I think I've seen over the last 20 years.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think that he is definitely gets a free ride. I mean, I think no doubt he's popular in Montgomery County and other areas. That happens when you're like a hometown son. But he has not had tough races. And, you think back, not just the governor's race last time, but the attorney general's race, like he has not had real challenges to him like Treasurer Garrity would be. And so, to your point, I think we got to just keep blasting this horn and get Stacey to run. And, I think that, she has a great chance of taking the governor's mansion.
Well, that's the key. Again, and you're on the ground there. You're inside this more than I. But as I read it, just have to convince this would not be a kamikaze mission, so to speak, that there's a reasonable chance of winning. She's a military veteran. She's doing great as a treasurer. She got the most votes in history, and it has national significance. We want to, move on Shapiro here, who I think is one of their leading candidates, 1, 2, or 3, ultimately. So on our side, it has both the Montgomery County, the state, but the national profile.
100%. I think that, look, I think Shapiro took a hit when he didn't get the VP slot. He's probably glad he didn't at this point, but he certainly has made no bones about his aspirations for higher office. And I think we could put a stop to that right here. And, look, Stacey would be a phenomenal governor. She would be the first female governor in the Commonwealth's history. And I think she's the perfect person to do that.
Absolutely. Anything coming up imminent that we could be have on our radar screen we could be helpful with for Republicans in Montgomery County?
Yeah, absolutely. I think, in the short term, we are out there, to your point, like this county used to be a Republican county. It switched. We're busy working hard, switching it back. So we're out there doing, getting out to the community, doing events, trying to drive voter registration. We've got some great events coming up in the fall. Don, we'd love to have you come to our fall dinner and be a speaker. I'll just throw that out there.
Oh, sign it up. That's I'd love to do that. I love going to Montgomery County, particularly a few Josh Shapiro stories when we had a confrontation at a charity event at the zoo over in Norristown.
Yeah, we'll reach out about that. And then we do have, we actually have the treasurer in town in September for an event. So, stay tuned. More to come there, hopefully.
Oh, okay. We'll promote all that. Do that, Chris. I would love to meet you in person and do that. Keep us close on this, and thanks for coming on today.
You got it anytime. Thanks for having me.
All right. Thank you, Henry. Thank you for getting him. All right. Christian Nazamento here on Talk Radio 1210. 855-839-1210. You can get on board. Imagine going to all 62. I mean, some of these, I don't know if there's a few thousand people in the town. They show up, make a lot of noise, pack a meeting with these illegal immigration people. All right. Coming up, I'll give you the ICE number. It is incredible what Christine Ohm just said. U.S. Army official, up to 5 casualties in active shooter situation at Fort Stewart. No confirmed deaths. Again, how does this happen on a base? I think it is on the base. That's what Fox is reporting. We'll try to give you some more details on that as it develops throughout the show. Thank God, no confirmed deaths. I think of Fort Hood, Texas. You may remember that. The police spokesperson has confirmed, though, there is an active shooter on the base. It was locked down at 11:04. All right, more details and your calls coming up. First, though, let's talk about Rescue Natural Supplements' biggest thank you of the year. Their customer appreciation sale is on, and it's about delivering the best deals and quality products for you. Right now, stock up and save a whopping 50% when you mix and match any 5 or more Rescue single bottles, plus your order will ship for free. Just use the code VIP50 at checkout. Whether it's omega-3s, cholesterol support, or joint health, this is your chance to feel your best for less. To place an order, visit res-q.com or call 800-26-ALIVE. Again, that's 800-262-5483. Speak with a knowledgeable Rescue product consultant. And if you're new to Rescue, now's the best time to give them a try. Digestion, sleep, energy, it's all covered. Again, use that code VIP50, receive 50% off and free shipping when you mix and match 5 or more Rescue Natural Supplements. Use that code VIP50 at res-q.com.
You're driving along when you realize...
Oh, I've got to get over. Oh my gosh, sorry.
You didn't see him, did you? He was in your blind spot. You can also have a blind spot when it comes to your retirement. That's where Joe Yakovich of JML Financial Group comes in. He knows about a little blind spot called taxes. Social Security, your pension, your investments, all can be taxable. Look, you don't want to end up saying...
Will I be writing huge checks to the government when I retire?
Don't get blindsided by taxes. Make sure your retirement plan has a tax plan. With one call to JML Financial Group, 856-925-6674. That's 856-925-6674. or at jmlfinancialgroup.com. Securities and investment advisory services offered through Brokers International Financial Services, LLC, member SIPC. Brokers International Financial Services, LLC is not an affiliated company. JML Financial Group does not offer legal or tax advice. Please consult the appropriate professional regarding your individual circumstance.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. When it comes to protecting your home, trust matters. Trust is everything. That's why I use and only recommend Emmons Roofing and Siding. They've been doing it right for over 35 years. Emmons is family-owned, local, and reliable. So whether you need roofing, siding, windows, or doors, Emmons has you covered. And as an Owens Corning Platinum contractor, they offer lifetime warranties on the roof. So call 855-4-EMMONS or visit callemmons.com today. Peace of mind is just a call away. Tell them I sent you.
We didn't take to retirement like we thought we would.
We got bored.
So I thought I'd book a trip to Italy to celebrate retiring.
We didn't speak Italian.
We didn't then. We do now. Because of Babbel.
Babbel is the refreshingly easy-to-use app for learning a new language. With more than a dozen languages to choose, Babbel uses immersive lessons to teach you vocabulary and grammar in a way that sticks.
We set a goal for 15 minutes per day.
That's all we needed.
And Italy was just...
Bellissima.
That means beautiful.
In Italian.
From interactive lessons led by experts to conversation tips on real-life topics, Babbel's revolutionary teaching style keeps language in your head and easy to remember. Celebrating 15 million subscriptions sold. Save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription when you sign up at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
Prioritize yourself and make your dream of an attractive, healthy smile a reality at PI Dental Center. The professionals at PI Dental have been transforming patients' smiles for over 38 years. Board-certified specialists, Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, perform complex dental makeovers with their Teeth in a Day protocol, where dental implants are placed and restored with fixed teeth in just one day. It's time to invest in yourself. For a smile that's monumental, trust PI Dental. Visit PIDentalCenter.com.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have Leaf Filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
All right, Tom Giordano's show. The president has been briefed on the shooting at Fort Stewart in Georgia. I heard Paul Morrow of Fox, who's really good, their terrorism, the former NYPD, say they got lucky on this one. I'm not sure exactly why in that situation. In other words, this isn't like Fort Hood at this point in time. So we're waiting for more details. But again, the Fort Hood thing comes back. Major Hassan, nobody in the military, they were afraid you're not going to advance. You say something about this maniac, and you know what's going to happen to you. It was a Muslim faith. I don't have in front of me the number killed, but another shooting at a fort. All right, we have that. We have the 80th anniversary of Hiroshima, and I gave you the Stern stuff at the top of the show. No one knows yet if Sirius is really going to do this, but it appears to be there's going to be some downturn there. And I don't think you can just say it's related to Colbert, Trump, and the whole thing. I think the base of Stern support, Stern listeners, have diminished because of the reasons I gave. And I stick by them. I stuck by them then. You could see it happening. And we played it umpteen time. Well, one of the worst was the Biden interview. It was ridiculous. The prop up was beyond belief. I mean, he had to see this, but he wanted to be a player, prop him up. I guess some Trump hatreds in there, but more it's guys that have been around Trump think, how in the world is this guy president? I'm smarter than he is. I know more stuff. He doesn't know anything, and he's president. And it drives people. I mean, how many people have been driven crazy by this whole phenomenon? He's one of them. Joe in Columbus on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Joe, afternoon.
Good afternoon, Dom. And what a great morning this chick shook out to be, because I would like to salute you on your well-deserved badge of honor in conjunction with Howard Stern's chickens coming home to roost. And I'm wondering if now the tables have turned on this cancel culture in our favor.
Yeah, well, again, I think he canceled himself, though, through his supporters, Joe, by going the way that he did versus this is Trump or something political. I think it's the erosion. He betrayed who he was.
Well, for somebody who's so smug and so confident, it was an awful, awful miscalculation on the path he chose.
I would agree. We'll see if Dan, as you know, work with Stern. We'll get his insight coming up a little bit. And
he's the man.
Yeah, and Joe, I think too. Look, everybody wants to be taken seriously or have something more than just what his initial thing was at a certain point in life. And I think the Trump thing, though, just set him off. It's hysterical.
Well, Tom, you got to bring something to the game. I mean, I could sit on the bench and tell my coach, "Hey, coach, I can hit a tater for you right now," but I got to be able to better do that.
That's a great point. He got outside his lane here. He's not that guy that can be doing this stuff. Particularly the Biden interview was just disgraceful. So, Joe, what's your luxury?
Oh, did I?
Joe?
No, Joe, it's such a good call, such a good answer.
All right,
too.
well, we'll have to give it for what show's luxury.
So, hopefully he can get back on and do this here. But it was the mint julep, purchasing the mint julep at the Kentucky Derby races.
I'm here.
Good.
Yeah,
I don't want to step on you, Joe.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah. I just who's the lady on Fox? She's always at the Kentucky Derby, the one who blew the whistle on Cuomo.
The morning weather woman. Yeah, it'll come.
Yeah. He had the in-laws who passed away from COVID. A $1,200 mint julep at the Kentucky Derby. I mean,
God!
give me a Schlitz and a good tailgate party.
Well, are you paying $18.50 for a beer at an Eagles game?
I would consider buying one, but that would be my limit.
Oh, wait a minute. He's buying one, Henry. We got him.
I'm definitely buying one.
Oh, my God. They can do anything to us. Oh, my goodness.
Tom, that's what tailgate parties are for. I mean, I can see them promoting, sneaking beer in and, socks and stuff like that.
Well, of course. Yeah. All right, Joe. Thank you. All right. I bottled water $7.50, I think. Oh my God,
that's highway robbery.
I just saw it. Crossing Broad has it. Okay.
Well, with the beer thing, it's not like it's a little can. It is like a 24-ounce can.
Oh my God.
Not that it's still not a good price point.
$1 an ounce. Yeah. $1 an ounce here.
So it's not a good price point still, but it's not like it's a little
So you're going to drink one. I doubt that. If you're going to drink one, you're going to go more.
I might have one and a half.
There we go. All right. It's
one
amazing.
leads to another.
It's amazing. They know. Suppose it were $20. You would say it's still only one.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's because it's sports and this ESPN deal with NFL, more details on that and what that ultimately, I think they're going to go a lot of streaming that you have to pay for. Here we go.
Yeah, we're going to see how much ESPN Plus costs.
This is going to be, a big moment when that happens. All right, a little bit later, we'll talk with John Yoo, who is top flight attorney, former assistant attorney general. So the assistant attorney general interviewed Maxwell. What does he think about that? And what does he think about Russiagate? What does he hope to learn by what Bondi's doing? All that straight ahead, 855-839-1210.
My brother-in-law died suddenly, and now my sister and her kids have to sell their home. That's why I told my husband we could not put off getting life insurance any longer. An agent offered us a 10-year, $500,000 policy for nearly $40 a month. Then we called SelectQuote. SelectQuote found us identical coverage for only $18 a month, a savings of nearly $300 a year.
Whether you need a $100,000 policy or a $10 million policy, SelectQuote could save you more than 50% on term life insurance. In a hurry? Don't worry. With SelectQuote, you can get up to $2 million in instant, affordable same-day coverage with no medical exam.
Call SelectQuote at 1-800-637-9116. That's 1-800-637-9116. Or go to SelectQuote.com. That's 1-800-637-9116. Full details on example policies at SelectQuote.com/commercials.
D&K Appliances is a family-owned and operated business for 3 generations located in Newtown Square and Flowertown. D&K Appliances offers one-stop shopping, providing delivery, installation, and service of top brands like GE, Thermador, Wolf, Bosch, Speed Queen, KitchenAid, and Whirlpool for your kitchen or laundry. D&K Appliance sales associates are industry experts, supporting customers every step of the way. Visit D&K Appliances, the dependable difference. Newtown Square and Flowertown showrooms, or visit dkappliances.com.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/radio to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio. HIMS.com/RADIO.
Fulfill your homeownership dream with American Heritage Credit Union. Through the comprehensive MyCU Home Connection program, receive exclusive benefits like a $500 lender credit, cash rewards, and discounts when you buy or sell a home. Take advantage of some of the lowest rates in the region. Visit AmericanHeritageCU.org/home connection to get started. Insured by NCUA. Not a member? Join today. NMLS 433838. Equal Housing Opportunity.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, HIMS.com/JOY.
It is Dom time. Welcome in. All right, big side question today. You heard Henry weakening there. Dan, would you go for an 1850 beer? Is that something, are you in that camp?
Are we saying in the realm of our side question? If I had all the money in the world, I would, but not with my current salary.
Wait a minute. I even say that, though. You know me, that, right? You know that I'm honest on this. If I had all the money in the world, am I buying the 1850 beer? No.
That's like stepping over a penny when you're walking down the sidewalk.
And I'm not
Who cares
I don't
for
care.
$18? I mean.
Now, I'm glad Maisie's in there as the accountant because Roe would be right there with you.
Yeah, no, I am a privy to the $12 sodas.
Oh man, well,
but they give you the souvenir cup, so you got to fill it up for another $7. You know?
Oh my God!
Guess you're getting a souvenir at that point.
So the world of sports now has ESPN even more in bed with the NFL, And this is going to be a great moment where they start to stream. Even you have to pay, in other words, to watch NFL games, and are afraid that Red Zone. Now, if they do this, I would advise them to do it. Because yes, because I will tell you why. Because I do not have a dog in the fight other than I hate the NFL. I hate the whole thing. Put commercials in Red Zone. And you know what? The people that have Red Zone, which is a great idea and a great product, they will suck it up. They'll riot, then they'll suck it up.
No,
they can do anything they want to them.
There were riots last year when they put side-by-side commercials in for 1 week.
Right.
And that's not even going to commercial break. That's just 2 screens up at once while a game's on.
Right. They were testing you.
They were testing it, and people revolted, so they stopped.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, we'll see. That's what I've seen. I'm watching the Red Zone people on Twitter, and that's their fear around this.
Oh, yeah. No, ESPN's taking some huge risks between this and inside the NBA. If they're going to change that as well.
So the bottom line is, I guess there is a limit to anything for anybody. That's true, meaning there comes a point where people will not pay for it. But I just marvel the world of sports is one, and the world of college is another. Even with some of the attacks and what we've seen, it doesn't seem to me that Penn and Princeton and all these places are hurting to bring in students. Internationally, they'll bring them in. They'll replace Americans that are willing to pay ungodly sums to keep it going. So, Dan, do you have one? I don't know if you've been in on this. The luxury thing. Henry said having a driver is something that would be questioned.
This is a tough one. Mine is probably going to be, no matter how much money I have, I probably wouldn't buy a yacht.
Okay. There's that.
No, because we're big fans of what is it called? A Below Deck.
Yeah.
I don't know if you watched it, and we spent so much time watching that show. And you got to think, on top of the yacht, you have to employ a crew year round. You have to create a business essentially to charter out that yacht if you want to make any money on it. It becomes such a task. I guess you got to hire a team for it. But if you have all the money in the world, I guess you could hire a team to handle your yacht, right? And then I get seasick so easily that I refuse to go on a cruise. So why the hell would I want a yacht?
Plus, you got to pay to dock it somewhere as well, and that's not cheap.
Very true.
I'll give you a closer to home one. I would not buy a summer shore home for the very reasons you laid out.
I think that's a great,
It has, they turn this off, they turn that on. My parents had one, and I saw what they went through constantly with it.
I have to push back, though, because today when you're renting out $3,500 for a week and you're making, what, $12,000 just to drive down to the shore to turn over the house and clean up a little bit.
The way I see a shore house, I see it like the WNBA franchises. I think they're only going up in value. And no matter what, if you get one, you're set.
All right, Dan, that's what started this off with the side question. Yesterday I saw some idiots are paying $325 million for a WNBA
Can I take one more that might piss off a lot of our listeners? A Land Rover.
Okay.
Sorry, they're just
wouldn't buy the Land Rover.
notably unreliable cars from the UK. Land Rover, not my type. No matter how much money I'd have, I'd never buy one.
All right. So that's what we're looking for. Some item you can't understand how people would be engaged with this. On the ice front now. We talked about this, I know Dan was here. It was a week before he went away. When the news came down, and it's not, they plunked down $50,000 to you. But Kristi Noem, just on Fox this morning, says that it's 80,000 people have applied right now, just in the last 10 days or so, 80,000 to become ICE agents. So here's the thing. People are applying to be ICE agents. Are the Philadelphia police learning from this? In other words, I think ICE agents are under as much pressure. They're under as much pushback on them, right? They're under a lot of danger now that we're seeing laws pass. These people, you're despicable. Some of these people, Democrats, don't do that to police per se, but they're doing it to ICE. So is it the money? Is it some other benefit that they're able to attract 80,000 applicants? Now, that's nationwide. They need 100,000 more. So they're really ratcheting up. That's a lot of ICE agents. And the Bucks County Courier-Times has a piece, the ACLU and others gone wild in Bucks County because ICE there has arrested some people at the courthouse. Well, that's exactly one of the places they should be dealing with this. They're here illegally. They were up on other charges, and they arrested them. That's causing a stir. But 80,000 applicants is pretty good. Are the Philadelphia police and others learning from this? Is it just you have to offer a lot more in order to get people? What do they have to do? They're still stuck. New York, people are not going to join. Well, if you offered enough, anybody would do anything. Is it the financial incentive? And being an ICE officer, I think, is as tough or tougher than it is to be somebody that is a police officer, except in places like New York, Philadelphia with Krasner, I get it. Is it they have some backing, or they think they're doing something patriotic by becoming an ICE officer? So which one is a better chance, ICE or to be a cop? I mean, I've seen in places like Seattle, they're approaching 6 figures to start. Yeah. I don't think ICE is doing that. They do give you the signing bonus, though, but it's watered down. There's all kinds of things that go with it. All right, we have the 5 soldiers shot at the Georgia base. The shooter is in custody, and we don't seem to know anything more about the shooter or any motive involved in this. But again, another shooting on a base brings us back to Fort Hood. Let's go to David in Somerset. David, you're on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, David.
Hey, Dom. Good afternoon. How are you?
Good.
Hey, when you were talking before about Hiroshima and dropping the bomb, it just triggered me to just think about. I think that Truman is the last great Democrat president that we had.
Absolutely.
And first of all, when he went to Potsdam, Stalin knew everything about the program.
Mm-hmm.
So
right.
he was trying to tell Stalin, hey, we got this weapon. And Stalin was probably sitting there laughing inside saying, yeah, I know all about it. Okay. But he had the moral fortitude to sit and make a decision that, I'd make that decision 10 times out of 10.
You just said the same thing there, David. I'm sorry to interrupt, but we don't just want to make conservatives the military decision on a lot of the stuff. We want to say, too, when true, it's the moral, it's the civil rights, it's the right thing to do, not just the military thing. It saved lives tremendously. And no, we're not going to have Americans die because we're not going to use this weapon. No way.
Yeah, when they did the models of how many people would die, if you think about how many would die with the Japanese and with the Americans having to storm the beaches, and then think about it this way. Think about how they fought to the death for Iwo Jima and Okinawa.
Right.
They were not going to give up their homeland for free. And add into the mix, there's 2 things that I didn't know this until I watched a show going back probably about 15 years ago. First, Stalin was rushing troops to his eastern frontier because he wanted to get his hands on Japan.
Sure.
And second, they intercepted a German U-boat that was trying to get around South Africa that had yellow cake uranium in it, and they were trying to get that to Japan.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. No, it was. And how many presidents would do this? Several, I think, would not. Obama's one of them. What's your side today, David?
My side is an incredibly opulent house, Dom. I mean, how many more rooms do you need? 25 rooms?
Or bathrooms. What is it with the bathrooms, too?
I want to live in my house. I don't want to have to sit there and wow, I've never been in the West Wing this week.
Yeah, that's a great one. Thank you, David. So. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, that tells you have too much money. Now you're looking around. You don't know what to do. You just keep spending it. I like Camry's the driver, though. I mean, never have a driver, no matter what. Once you have the driver, oh, God, you lose touch.
You seem pretty relaxed on the way to D.C.
Well, yes. I was against
he acts like he can't have a driver, and then he falls asleep for 5 hours.
That was defensive. Henry, as I said, you got to talk to the driver. When Dan drove to D.C.,
well, that's a little
down.
different. You're up in the front seat with them. You're not in the back.
And I remember a quote, "This is actually pretty funny," when listening to Howard Stern.
Oh, he did have somebody pretty funny that day.
Yeah, he was doing a Dr. No impression.
Yeah, exactly.
The
weight loss doctor thing was pretty funny.
Completely apolitical, and it was funny.
Yeah. So, Dan, you weren't Bill was doing it with me when we got rumblings on Twitter of people attacking me, but not armies and not threatening death with Stern. Again, it looks like this is it, at least in the sense of, being diminished here. Did you see that he still has 95 employees?
Yeah, which is crazy, but not so crazy at the same time.
But why? Why 90 plus?
What do they do?
I can see like 20 tops.
Well, I mean, his producer staff's only about 9 or 10.
Right. Only 9 or 10, yeah.
From what I remember.
What's the rest?
Well, I mean, Fox News, you're having at least 25, 30 producers for a show.
Well, TV's more difficult.
And the way that they do it on a national scale is they divide it. So 8 of those guys, they're all on-air producers, but then J.D. Harmeyer's another producer, and his entire job is to essentially watch TV and pull cuts and clips that are interesting, that might be interesting to the show.
Right.
You have 4 or 5 people who are specifically bookers. When I was there, he had actually a team of writers, believe it or not.
I know that.
He started doing a opening monologue, and he'd have like a writer's it was every Wednesday after the show. They'd kind of come in and sit down and game plan what might go on if there's any segments. Richard and Sal were kind of quasi-producers, but if you're a fan of the show, you know Richard and Sal as the guys who make prank calls.
Okay.
So essentially their entire job, their entire life was they were in a studio together thinking about who they can prank call, getting the sign-offs, the waivers to play it on air, that kind of stuff. And then you have management. I mean, you had Gary Delabate, who had his own office, who was kind of shoved aside when Tracy when Tracy moved out. Tracy Millman, who was the office manager. And with Howard, the thing is, he had his studios up in Sirius XM. And some of those producers, so if you went in the bullpen itself, my understanding was both the producers of the audio side and the video side were paid by Howard himself. And when I was there, they had something called Howard TV. So they even had more employees because their TV side production was probably 30 alone.
Okay.
But in addition to what they had there in Sirius XM on the Avenue of Americas, Howard also had an entire floor of his apartment building that we got to go to every so often, in which his entire work history is archived. And he has a team of essentially assistants that work in his home office, that he has a bunch of files and such, and that does all his accounting and all that. So he has personal accountants that he hires and pays on salary and such. And
I don't know if they're the 95 employees. And Dan,
I was estimating around 60 right there.
They're off over the summer. They don't do a show anyhow.
No, they're not. They're
well,
there every
I know,
day.
but I mean,
he's off.
Right, he's off. So
a lot of what goes on too is there's archiving. When I was there, and I don't know what they do now because the amount of producers made sense because he also had a channel called Howard 101, which he still has.
Okay.
But now if you go, it's all just past Howard shows.
Right.
When I was there, every single hour, every single day was live programming from a staffer. So he had people on staff, like Jay Thomas. I'm sure he had some kind of form of paying him. Jay Thomas was a longtime radio host who started doing a show Fridays for Howard on Howard 101. I would assume he would count towards the staffers at that time. So the 91, I don't know where that 91 comes from. So yeah, I'm kind of with Henry. 60, 70 probably makes sense.
Okay. All right. 855-839-12.
And we got to keep in mind, like, this guy also would keep people on his, I'm sorry, this is a little inside baseball, but one of his best friends of all time, or his best friend of all time, was this guy by the name of Ralph Sorella. And he essentially kept him on as a staffer, a quote staffer, called him his hairdresser, and would have him come with him everywhere just because he was his best friend and would pay him as a staffer.
Well, that's the loyalty side that I admire. That's true. But it just seemed to me this is...
what it is.
Yeah, diminishing returns, $100 million, et cetera.
That's what it is at this. And it's the same story as Colbert. Like when you're his entire purpose of coming to Sirius in the first place 20 years ago was he was coming with Artie, with Robin, with the entire show, and it was because they needed to drive subscriptions. And when your entire model is a subscription-based model, what you do, where your money goes to, is not creating the best show or the best ratings over and over again. It's what's the name that will draw you in to subscribe to Sirius XM. Right now they have Andy Cohen going. They just wrapped up a huge Billy Joel channel that Billy Joel fans would tune. So for the longest time, Howard Stern had such a reputation impression that people would actually buy the subscription of Sirius solely to hear Howard. 20 years later, not so much. He's fallen in popularity. He's gone, admittedly, he's gone woke. He's really kind of redefined his image away from the shock jockery. I bring back Tracy. When Tracy was like, oh, she was the woman that hired me, sweetheart. She was the office director. He brought in another person who was a co-author of a book called Getting Things Done, and he wanted to reinvent his image. This is why I was there back in around 2013 as the greatest interviewer of all time rather than the greatest shock jock of all time. And that's where we saw him really veer off to the left and try to be family friendly and such. And I think he kind of siphoned off fans from that moment on.
Well, I still say, from what I could tell, the way he came after me and some of the stuff that he said, the Trump thing is not so much Trump and his policies or ideology. It's how the hell is this guy president? It drives people nuts. Mark Cuban's another one.
I think it drives Howard particularly nuts, and his is specifically it started out as specifically anti-Trump, but then he expanded to conservatives and talked down to essentially half his listener base. But I think his hate started because he had back and forth with Trump on air, and there was multiple times, and they were friendly, but I think it was almost a little bit of jealousy. Like, how can this guy leave the world of entertainment, enter the world of politics? And I mean, he jokingly teased that run for governor, and, I
remember that.
But I do think there are, he I don't want to use the word ego, but I think ego is very tied to Howard. And, if he were the president, that'd be a huge ego boost. And I think he sees a buddy who's like, how the hell did he do that? That's BS. I need to call it out.
There's nothing like being president. I know people because we're talking about money to people and these luxury things, and they're thinking, oh, if I had that, that's all I would do. After a while, for people driven like Trump, probably Stern, that becomes what's next? There's nothing like the presidency. Yeah. That's why Trump being shot, going through all that he has, the family, et cetera. If you're president, I maintain that is the biggest thing. You're immortal. You have power. If you exercise it in the way that Trump does, that is staggering. There's nothing like being president. All right, 855-839-1210. You can get in. Stern thoughts. I tell you, that moment to me, I was shocked. I'm seeing all these hateful things on Twitter. But they were diminishing. They were not. I remember at the height what would have happened to you if he went after you. Now it seems as if Laura Loomer goes after you. That's even more deadly. Can she take out Tucker Carlson? Okay. Get in on the side at 855-839-1210.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
I know the name, WKRP since
oh, God.
Yeah, but I never watched it. I was born in 84. Why would I watch it?
There was a world before you. I was born in 84. Nothing happened before 1984.
I've watched stuff that was produced and created before 84. I just didn't happen to watch that.
Oh, God.
Yeah. Well, I mean, Married with Children came out. I didn't watch it when I was a kid.
God.
Saturday Night Live. I didn't watch it as a kid.
I need to start over.
What, today, the show, the whole, your career path? What do you want to start over with?
Today's not my day. Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody. Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/radio for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
Get high-quality furniture, your style, your way at Bucks County Estate Traders. Explore their massive Hatfield showroom featuring 16,000 meticulously inspected pieces. And for a truly custom look, ask about their expert upholstery service. Their talented team can breathe new life into your chosen piece, and their industry-leading staff provides a world-class guided experience. Find your perfect furniture perfectly customized, plus every item has a QR code to make shopping seamless. Visit BucksCountyEstateTraders.com or their showroom in Hatfield today.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. I want to tell you about a company that doesn't just do business in the area. They are an actual part of the community. Emmons Roofing and Siding. Emmons is family-owned and operated and local for more than 35 years. They treat your home like it's their own. Roofing, siding, windows, and doors, Emmons does it all. And with their Owen Corning Platinum status, you're getting lifetime protection. Don't mess around. Trust Emmons just like I do. Call them today at 855-4-EMMONS or go to callemmons.com and tell them I sent you.
Get ready for
your workouts will.
Stay tuned for.
Are you tired of?
You can skip a lot of things in life, but not everything. With Citizens, get the advice and tools you need to financially handle all of life's unskippable moments. So you're ready for your best friend's wedding, a broken down car, your kid getting into their dream school, and every expense in between. From making a plan to staying on track, make sense of your money with Citizens. Get started at citizensbank.com/made-ready.
You can now tune in to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
All right, Dom Giordano Show. Dan and Henry here. 5 soldiers apparently shot at the Georgia base Fort Stewart. Shooter in custody. No information on that yet, motivation, who this is, etc. It's just chilling when this happens on an Army base. We know about Fort Hood. By the way, the Sweeney ad, the American Eagle ad, still has legs. She threw out the first pitch for the Red Sox. Wasn't bad at all. I'm kind of surprised that the Red Sox decided to do that, though. I don't know if she has Boston roots or anything related to it. Would the Phillies do that? Or would there be here in town, we'd see Marcus Hayes alert. Oh, man, 5 columns out of that one. How dare they bring Sydney Sweeney out there? The Mets, whatever happened to that, I won't say her name, but the
rug puller.
Yes, whatever happened to her? She was incredibly well known at that point. The Mets had her throw out the first pitch. And there you go.
She didn't stick around culturally like Grimace did for them.
No, not at all. Well, anyhow, Megyn Kelly goes after Beyonce over the Levi's ad that's teased after the Sydney Sweeney jeans controversy. And Megyn Kelly, I've seen the ad with Beyonce. She said it's the opposite of the Sweeney ad. Quite clearly, there's nothing natural about Beyonce, she wrote in a post, Megyn Kelly. Everything from her image to her fame to her success to the look below is bought and paid for. It screams artificial, fake, enhanced, trying too hard. It's in a pool hall, and she has a blonde wig. As I said, the thing that appealed to me with the Sweeney ad, aside from the obvious, is the fact in the beginning, one of the ads, she said, I'm not going to tell you these jeans are the most comfortable. They allowed her to say that. It's not about comfort as much as it is look, style, etc. And she seems to actually play this role pretty well versus just a model. And it's still playing out big time. The Beyonce ad is sexy. It's a pool hall. There's a lot of that. But I don't know that Levi Strauss, I think Megyn Kelly is right that this is going to compete with it. This is going to move the needle, or is it going to appear to be trying to copy something that is, you can't put it into a bottle. It's either there or it's artificial. The blonde wig, I don't get the whole thing associated with it. All right, let's go to David, Lexington, South Carolina. And David's on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, David.
Hey, Dom. How you doing?
Good, David.
I say this as an owner, and I'll always be the owner. This is my side question. Always the owner of rescue dogs. And currently our dog, who's the worst dog we've ever had, is actually named Easton for Easton, Pennsylvania. So we kind of predetermined him to not be a good dog by naming him after Easton. But what I don't understand is people who spend thousands of dollars on a dog or a cat. I just don't get it. You can get a dog at a shelter. I don't understand spending that kind of money on something like that.
You mean to save them if they're sick, or you just mean in general, buying them?
No. I spend a lot of money, helping them, but to actually obtain them. Yeah, obtain them.
Gotcha. Thank you, David. Good one. Thank you. All right, so that's the side question today. This coming off the NBA franchise, $325 million. And here is this is cut 6, Henry. The other story, and I'll ask John Yoo about this today, the redistricting, the people fleeing to the Illinois czar of hotels, the most corrupt state arguably in the union. Chicago's there. We have, now I'm not going to play that one. I want to play the woman who compared their reason for doing this to the Holocaust. Here's cut 10. Texas State Representative Jolanda Jones comparing redistricting in Texas to the Holocaust.
And then integration happened and everybody thought they accept us. They don't accept us. They are showing us who they are. We should believe them. And we better have the courage to stand up. Otherwise, we will fall for anything. And in this country, we will be defeated, deported. I mean, we will lose all of our rights. And if you think it can't happen, it can. And I will liken this to the Holocaust. People are like, well, how did the Holocaust happen? How was somebody in a position to kill all them people? Well, good people remain silent. Or good people didn't realize that what happens to them can very soon happen to me or somebody I love. And so even if you made it, man, you have an obligation to help people who can't, because God forbid they end up targeting you and your family.
Who's the host there? Don Lemon. Don Lemon. You think, Don, you might jump in and go, whoa, lady, redistricting Texas, just like the Holocaust. Just like the Holocaust, I tell you. I mean, how do these hosts fall asleep? And even a gentle challenge. Okay, I'm sure you don't mean the Holocaust. I'm sure you don't want to go down that path. No, nothing. It's the Holocaust. All right. If it's in, we're going to talk with our friend Steve Feldman, Zionist of America, because an outrageous group with outrageous speakers is coming to Philadelphia this weekend, and they're out there in the public sphere. You know, if the KKK were coming here and saying some of this stuff, I think there might be people, politicians and others and protesters saying something about it. But I guess a battle in Texas over redistricting can be likened to what happened with the Holocaust. And all that's happening here is 5-year period, legal. Republicans are looking at this, and it is a political thing. Even Colbert last night had Pritzker on, showed a map of Illinois, how gerrymandered it is. It was incredible. It actually looked like a scorpion or something, the way they drew districts. I told you here in Pennsylvania, we have these 3 judges coming up. They, in 2018, said, we don't like Pat Meehan. He was the representative from Delaware County. We don't like how that district's drawn and some others. And they took away the power of the legislature to do that and said, we're going to draw them up. We want Democrats, Mary Gay Scanlon, et cetera. That's what they did. They deserve not to be retained. And I can't tell you, this is not a sexy thing, Supreme Court races, retention or not. This is one that we can win. Scott Presler, on it. You knock those 3 out, you're sending a message that we're paying attention. All right, we'll get on that more as we get toward summer and beyond. Steve Feldman, Executive Director, Greater Philadelphia Zionist Organization of America, ZOA, with us to kind of preview what we're going to see this weekend here. We'll keep you updated on the 5 soldiers shot at Fort Stewart. What is behind it? How does something like that happen? 855-839-1210. You get in on the side question, too, on Talk Radio 1210.
When my business was taking off, our old phone system just wasn't cutting it. We needed fewer missed calls, more flexibility, and better visibility into customer conversations. That's when I found OpenPhone.
OpenPhone is the all-in-one system for small businesses and growing teams. Manage multiple numbers from one device, work seamlessly as a team with shared numbers, and stay organized with AI-powered call transcripts, summaries, and next steps, so nothing gets missed and your team responds faster. OpenPhone integrates with tools you already use, like Slack, HubSpot, and Zapier, so everything's connected and efficient.
Having tried just about every relevant small business phone system, OpenPhone is truly in a league of its own. It's now essential to how we run our business, and I couldn't be happier with the value it brings.
See why over 60,000 businesses trust OpenPhone. Try OpenPhone for free at openphone.com/try and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's openphone.com/try. openphone.com/TRY.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. I've been talking about myself for all these years. Now it's time for you to hear from one of our great clients.
Investor Schooling lives up to the promises. Larry's a great teacher, teaches about the whole new approach to thinking about money. I've taken to heart many of the things that he's taught me, and my financial life has improved.
Come to Investor Schooling, and you could be just like Charlie and change your financial life. Go to investorschooling.com. We will see you Thursday.
The markets are once again near record highs, but only after a steep 20% drop in April. So many investors are afraid of missing out on market growth that they forget the cardinal rule of investing: buy low and sell high.
Carl Beckers.
Marilyn Beckers, Malvern, Pennsylvania. Now that the market is high, it is the perfect time to get into crash-proof retirement.
Being with Crash-Proof Retirement this year allowed us to earn 13% and as high as 20% returns on our investments.
A gain on Wall Street is only on paper. With Crash-Proof, your interest is credited to the account, it becomes part of your principal, and it never goes backward.
There is a proven path to market-like returns without any of the risk. Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at Downingtown Country Club, August 20th. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 1039 FM.
SEPTA sets an August 14th deadline for Pennsylvania lawmakers to pass new funding or else SEPTA will cut service. Police in Bucks County arrest a man they say broke into Central Bucks West High School, took a shower, and stole food and clothing. And girls from a dance therapy program in South Philly will hit the stage at the Kimmel Center.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
Weather sponsored by MTRule.com, your Generac generator experts. That's MTRUHL.com. Weather sponsored by Kitchen Magic.
Temperatures will be a few degrees below average as we finish off the work week. It'll be mostly cloudy today with a high of around 83. For tonight, mostly cloudy skies continue, low 67 for the city, a bit cooler in the suburbs. And a comfortable day on Thursday, becoming partly sunny, highs again in the low 80s.
Family owned since 1979, Kitchen Magic is your trusted source for expert kitchen and bath remodeling. And we're tariff proof because we make our cabinets right here in the USA. Save up to 30% this August at kitchenmagic.com.
Broadcasting live from the Piazza Auto Group studios. Experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, it is Dom time. Before we go to you and Steve Feldman, just saw this on Twitter, this redistricting thing. There are 5 million Republicans in Vermont, New Hampshire, Massachusetts, Rhode Island, and Connecticut, and not a single one has a Republican member of Congress. Those 5 states, 5 million Republicans, but somehow or another, they gerrymandered it, which I'm all about. I'll admit, it's ghastly. Yeah, well, then voters can go after the people that engage in gerrymandering. 5 million Republicans, those 5 states, not a single representative in Congress. All right, Steve Feldman, Executive Director, Greater Philadelphia, the Zionist Organization of America. Yesterday, we're chatting about their upcoming banquet with Stacey Garrity. Hopefully, she announces even before the banquet. And he told me about, here we go again, these unbelievable groups in public spaces coming to Philadelphia that are anti-Semites, haters. And yet, in this hyper world of vigilance on stuff like this, nothing much seems to get said about it. Let's go to Steve here on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Steve, first of all, when is your big event? Is that the same one last year? And it was quite a talk radio first. Rich Cioli and I both were sort of announcers and honored, and I still have the journalism award at home in the Dom Dome.
Well, Dom, thank you, first of all, for having me on. Our night of appreciation, given what's going on with the anti-Jewish activity, we used to call this a gala, but we really can't, in good faith, call it a gala. We're calling it a night of appreciation. It's September 17th, Constitution Day. We're going to celebrate the United States Constitution as well, and we're going to be honoring State Treasurer Stacey Garrity, Dr. Victoria Coates from the Heritage Foundation, and the Heritage Foundation, I'm sorry, and a wonderful couple, Steve and Elaine Crane, and we'll have information about that on our website and social media shortly. But thank you for plugging it. It was a great event last year, and it'll be a great event this year as well.
Well, Stacey Garrity's one of our favorites. So is Dr. Coates. They're both on regularly. So, Steve, what's coming to the big show? What's coming to Philadelphia this weekend?
Well, Dom, it's the phrase "hard to believe" becomes less and less hard to believe as things evolve. There's something called the Muslim Ummah of North America. They're having their annual convention here this weekend. They're expecting 25,000 people. The theme is Torchbearers of Islam, spreading the faith globally. And they have a lineup of speakers that is very, very troubling. Some people who have praised the October 7th slaughter of Israelis. One of the speakers praised the blind sheik who was the mastermind of the 1993 World Trade Center bombing. It's a who's who of anti-American, anti-Jewish, anti-Christian speakers. They're coming to Philadelphia. Philadelphia, again, is the epicenter of this, and who knows why.
So where do they hold this, though? That's the in private spaces and all haters and all this, we get this, but 25,000 coming is at the
convention center. It's planned for the convention center.
Right, and again, the point I would make, Steve, is based upon these speakers in this, we do have all kinds of laws and ordinances and all kinds of things we say that somebody would jump in and say, no, you can't do that in the public space in Philadelphia. The convention center is the crown jewel. It's the most public of conventions. How can you bring in speaker after speaker so they can hold it there, but they'd have to get rid of the speakers, I would think. Otherwise, I think they're violating what the city of Philadelphia tells us constantly.
Well, it's less and less the city of brotherly love, that's for sure. The convention was here last year. Mayor Parker, one of her first acts was to establish an Office of Muslim Engagement, and the director of that spoke at the event last year and expressed regrets for the mayor that she herself could not be there. So I would not be surprised, her schedule has not been announced yet, I would not be surprised if Mayor Parker participates in this event, or if not her, then Kazar Abdullah, who is the director of the Mayor's Office of Muslim Engagement. And I should note that there's no other faith community in Philadelphia for which the mayor has set up an Office of Engagement. And certainly there are other faith communities that are much smaller, much less of a minority in Philadelphia, the Buddhist community, the Hindu community, the Jewish community, others, Baha'i. I mean, I could go through the lists of faiths and religions for whom the mayor did not set up such an office, but she has for the Muslim community. I don't know why that is, and they have a budget, a director,
Steve, while we were speaking, or early this morning, you may have seen this, Tom Cotton, Senator Cotton, who a guy I really like and admire, he's called upon the IRS to pull the Muslim group CAIR, C-A-I-R, their advocacy group's nonprofit status. And this is a long time in coming, something I certainly would support. I don't know if it goes back 20, 25 years of challenging them because of their agitation along the lines of anti-Semitism or direct anti-Semitism. So why would they be recognized? They have a right to say whatever they want, but I don't know about nonprofit status.
Well, one of the founders of CARE is one of the speakers at this Muna convention that we were just talking about. And this guy, Nihad Awad, is so outrageous that the Biden administration condemned him by name for his praising of the October 7th slaughter of Israelis by Palestinian Arabs. And CARE was an unindicted co-conspirator in the Holy Foundation trial, which at the time was the largest terrorism trial and case in the United States. So The dots are there. They just need to be connected in the right way. And Senator Cotton, of course, is correct. If an organization is going to be political more than anything else, as they have shown themselves, and there's been many warnings about being associated with CARE, including from the FBI, members of Congress. This is all documented. So it seems that what Senator Cotton is proposing is long overdue and common sense. Yes.
Absolutely. Steve, where do we find, as you announced to the not the gala, but your celebration, your big event coming up, where do we go for Zionist Organization of America?
Thank you. So locally, it's philly.zoa.org, philly.zoa.org. National website is zoa.org. Locally, if you want information about our event or other information about our organization, you can email us at the word office@zoaphilly.org, office@zoaphilly.org. If you want to know more about this conference, there's a wonderful website called Militant Islam Monitor that has a lot on this. I highly recommend it to learn more about this group and this Muslim convention happening here. And Dom, I thank you as always, and everybody at PHT for bringing these important issues to the public. Nobody does it like you and your station. So thank you.
Thank you, Steve, very much. Steve Feldman here again. We're living still in this zombie-like world where we hear every city council, the mayor's office, and others proclaiming anything that remotely, and the Philadelphia Inquirer on it, that they can say is hateful, divisive. And yet 25,000 coming here, the crown jewel, the convention center. Sure, they had freedom of speech. They can do it whatever they want, but then don't lecture us constantly. Why is anti-Semitism the thing that the Trump administration has gone after the most? For the exact reasons that I told you. How blatant it is from the very people who talk down to everyone else. And they've had a lot of success. Here in Philadelphia, the Inquirer and others, they got to know about this stuff. All right, phone lines, 855-839-1210. John Yoo will be with us at 2 o'clock. He is the former deputy U.S. Deputy Attorney General. He's in the role of Todd Blanche, who interviewed Maxwell. He's got a lot to say about that and a lot more. What does he want to come out of the Russiagate indictments, or at least grand jury? What is it he wants to know first, and what should happen around that? By the way, it's come out now, those burn bags that Kash Patel and his people found in the FBI office related to all the Russiagate stuff. They also found information on Epstein, apparently, in those burn bags. And the Trump administration, I'm going to give you a shot at this, 855-839-1210. There's talk they would go on Joe Rogan to confront and talk about this. I would welcome it. Now, tactically, strategically, I think that'd be a big mistake. I don't think Trump can go on there and do that. There's no way. Would you like to hear that? I think it would be riveting stuff. But I don't think over an hour or 2 hours that it would hold up. There's too many holes in this. It's ridiculous what's been said and not said. Would you? I think that would be quite a test. It would be transparent at least. 855-839-1210. You get in with Dom. Hey, let me remind you one more time. It's here. That's Rescue's Natural Supplements' biggest thank you of the year. Their customer appreciation sale is on, and it's about delivering the best deals and quality products for you right now. Stock up and save a whopping 50% when you mix and match any 5 or more Rescue single bottles. Plus, your order will ship for free. Just use the code VIP50 at checkout. So whether it's omega-3s, cholesterol support, or joint health, this is your chance to feel your best for less. To place an order, visit res-q.com or call 800-26-ALIVE. That's 800-262-5483. Speak with a knowledgeable Rescue product consultant. And if you're new to Rescue, now's the best time to give them a try. Digestion, sleep, energy, it's all covered. Again, use that code VIP50 to receive 50% off and free shipping when you mix and match 5 or more Rescue natural supplements. Use that code VIP50 at res-q.com.
One more time, Zeoli Army, we get to become the Zeoli Navy and storm the beaches of Cape May for our final summer broadcast at the Grand Hotel of Cape May, New Jersey on Friday, August 15th, 3 to 7 p.m. You don't need a ticket. You don't need a reservation. The show is free. So come on by 3 to 7 p.m. Friday, August 15th at my happy place, the Grand Hotel of Cape May, New Jersey. Let's make some final summer memories together. I'll see you August 15th.
There's a reason that potato chips don't come in a clear bag.
There's only 8 chips in this bag.
That's why. It's only about 2/3 full. The rest is air. It's a lot like opening up your 401k at retirement. You get about 2/3 of it, and the rest goes to Uncle Sam. Jim Cipriotti at the Retire Ready Financial Group can help. His tax mapping process can help forecast what your tax bill will be in the future, and that way you can build a strategy now to potentially decrease your tax bill in retirement. In other words, more for you and less for Uncle Sam. Call today for your complimentary retirement tax mapping report, 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415, or find them online at retirereadyfg.com. And get Uncle Sam's greedy hands out of your retirement.
Hey, you've had enough.
With a complimentary tax mapping report from Jim Cipriotti. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC. NPN number 2083768.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and almost 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. And if you think this is just a cosmetic problem, think again. Varicose or spider veins, if left untreated, can lead to swollen or discolored legs, cramping, the inability to stand or walk, neuropathy, even worse, blood clots, which can travel to other parts of your body. But here's the good news. Advanced Medical Vein Treatment Centers offers plans that treat and cure the condition, not just cover up. Grab your phone, take down this number, and call 800-597-7992. That's 800-597-7992. When you call, you'll get free information on how you can live your life to the fullest again. Walk, exercise, sleep well. Your vein problems will not go away on their own, and in time can lead to major health issues. Call Advanced Medical Vein today for free information on fast and easy solutions that are covered by most insurance plans, Medicare included. Call 800-597-7992. That's 800-597-7992 today.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit information kit. 800-311-9595. That's 800-311-9595.
Summer is here, and it's time to plan your style staycation with Bob's Discount Furniture, where you can find everyday low prices on the hottest styles. The comfiest Consumer Reports recommended mattresses, fast, friendly delivery, and flexible financing to fit your budget. Go to mybobs.com for details. So stock up and score everyday low prices, delivered on time all summer long at your nearest store or at mybobs.com.
Oh, my Bob!
Bob's Discount Furniture.
Hey, Hatboro. Tell your smart speaker deployed. 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
All right, Tom time, 855-839-1210. So I had to go to the passport office yesterday, expedited passport, a FedEx office on Chestnut Street, Henry and Dan, and I decided, hard to park around there. I'm going to walk from here to there.
Oh, boy.
All right? A corridor.
Why not just double park and throw on your hazard?
That's right, yeah. Yeah.
In and out real quick.
No, it's not in and out. After my third FedEx store, before the camera finally worked to take the passport photo, all sorts of disinformation, but just those, 14 blocks or so. And it's only like 3:30 in the afternoon. The weed... The pungent air of it, it's just...
You walked 14 blocks?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
That's nuts.
Brisk pace.
I would never walk 14
of course,
blocks.
we know that. And Chestnut Street used to be, I know it's hard to believe, the show place of Philadelphia. It's where the fine shops were. I think Walnut's got it now, somewhat. Market Street never has been.
Mm-hmm.
And instead, it's, storefronts that are closed, sneaker stores, and a lot of guys smoking weed. And it's just, all over the place.
It's a lot of weed.
It's incredible.
There's a lot of weed.
And I didn't see any smoking in front of me, meaning
what was
that
the route that you took from here?
It's coming around from somewhere.
Yeah, it's coming
up
from
the buildings,
somewhere.
the
Yeah.
windows.
Did you walk from here or from your house?
From here. Oh, not from my house. I mean, come on,
That'd be a trek. He'd still be walking.
Yeah, I'd still be walking. No, I mean, it was a brisk race. I may have
and
jogged a little bit to get there, but
in jeans, of course.
Yeah, of
it's
course,
really
I had the jeans and yes.
So I'll be fully transparent where I was. I just came back from Boston.
Yes.
And I see in Boston what our city could be.
Right.
There's actually a Fox News article today. John Kerry's home neighborhood of Beacon Hill overrun by homeless people.
I saw it.
I didn't see one homeless individual when I was there, and I was thinking to myself, why is there no articles about Philadelphia and their homeless problems?
Right.
When you have Boston here, which looks... And Maisie made a comment. Not one thing on the street. It was clean. They have the big digs, so they have the highways that go under the city, so it's very walkable. And I was just sitting to myself saying, what the hell is Philadelphia doing where you walk through? So we spent our time in the Seaport District initially, which is right on the water, essentially their Navy Yard on the harbor there. That they've completely reinvested a bunch of money. They have a convention center there now, an amphitheater. They have hotels, restaurants. Absolutely beautiful. And they've done this. Everyone that came up to me, 15 years ago, you came here, there was nothing here, it was just fields. And I look around to Philadelphia and I see the complete opposite of progress here. I see Chestnut Street going down the tubes,
time.
Walnut going down the tubes.
By the way, when you were there on the water, though, I should have told you. I don't know if they still do it, the reenacting of the Boston Tea Party.
They do it. We didn't go.
Yeah.
They do it. We were looking at potentially going,
It's great. Throwing the tea overboard,
I hate to say we prioritize relaxation over sightseeing. We really didn't do much sightseeing at all. But the city, like we drove, we did a little bit of walking. And I got to say, Dom, and it's so disappointing because I don't know what the hell Philadelphia is doing where you're right. You walk down Chestnut Street, it's closed business, for rent signs, it's marijuana smells. It's disappointing. It's sad because this city could truly be great. It's over and over ranked as one of the most beautiful cities. And you hear over and over again, people invite their friends to Philadelphia, and sadly, it's not the experience that they expected because once you get here, the truth is it's not what you would expect out of a beautiful city like ours.
And look, if people want recreational marijuana, I think it would pass if it were on the ballot. We've said that. That's one thing. But just you inundated with it in public. Would it be worse? I can't imagine. I mean, literally, take that walk, and you can't even see who's smoking. It's just all over the place. There were some blocks that were just mind-boggling.
Bryn Mawr Builders asked if you got a contact high while walking the streets.
Well, that's what I was going to suggest. Yeah, because coming back, I was a lot faster. But this
Wait, would it make it slower?
Yeah, a little slower, taking his time, enjoying the sights.
Clearly a guy who does not imbibe here.
Those cookies smell good.
Why do I want chocolate chip? Oh, I see Primo's Hoagies is open. Yeah. The expedited passport thing, we're going to Charleston for a couple days, and I forgot. I never got the real ID. I just told myself we're not going to Sicily until almost the end of October.
Get my ID,
so I know it takes 6 weeks. I was going to get it soon for that, and suddenly it dawned on me: you can't get on a plane if you fly domestically. Oh God, that's right, real ID. So the guy said you don't want to do the real ID. I need to know if you did the real ID at this point. You guys don't have real ID, right?
No, I've been traveling with my passport.
Yeah, well, my passport expires.
I think I'm going to be one of those guys that never leaves the country the rest of my life.
Well, even in the country, if you fly.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, you have
to. Really? It's not just international?
No, it's either real ID or passport.
Maybe a cross-country driving type of parent.
So, let's give everyone a scannable vehicle.
Yeah. All right, we'll get to Robert M. Ben Salem and others. John Yoo coming up. He's got a lot to say. He was a former deputy attorney general. If he were interviewing Maxwell as Todd Blanche did, take us through that. How does this look? And should President Trump go on Joe Rogan? I would welcome it. I'd love to hear him on there. Do I think it's a good idea politically? No, it would be horrible what would happen. It's indefensible on Epstein at this point if you have an extended conversation. So what do they do to get out of it? Do the indictment, do the grand jury, and let's see if there's indictments. All right, Dom's Money Melody 2 on Talk Radio 1210.
You've got to see Scott Kia's new location in Limerick. With their focus is on you. Relax with an easy, transparent, and enjoyable car buying experience with a stunning new showroom, a state-of-the-art service center, and a staff that understands your time is valuable and will treat you like a VIP. It's time to experience what a 5-star service truly feels like. They are focusing on you, and that's changing everything. And that's why it's always smooth sailing at Scott Kia of Limerick, just off Route 422.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
When my business was taking off, our old phone system just wasn't cutting it. We needed fewer missed calls, more flexibility, and better visibility into customer conversations. That's when I found OpenPhone.
OpenPhone is the all-in-one system for small businesses and growing teams. Manage multiple numbers from one device, work seamlessly as a team with shared numbers, and stay organized with AI-powered call transcripts, summaries, and next steps, so nothing gets missed and your team responds faster. OpenPhone integrates with tools you already use, like Slack, HubSpot, and Zapier, so everything's connected and efficient.
Having tried just about every relevant small business phone system, OpenPhone is truly in a league of its own. It's now essential to how we run our business, and I couldn't be happier with the value it brings.
See why over 60,000 businesses trust OpenPhone. Try OpenPhone for free at openphone.com/free and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's openphone.com/free. openphone.com/FREE.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. 1 discount per household.
All right, it is Dom time. Apparently, South Park tonight targeting ICE. I'm looking at the cartoon version of Kristi Noem, and the argument is they're recruiting senior citizens. Well, 80,000 people have applied to be an ICE agent. What can the police departments learn from that? In a moment, we're going to talk with one of our all-time guests, John Yoo, former Deputy Attorney General of the United States. Bush administration years, and somebody who is in a position that Deputy Attorney General Blanche was. What would he ask Ms. Maxwell? And also, what does he hope to learn with this probing of Russiagate? John is the Emanuel Heller Professor of Law at the University of California at Berkeley, which I always go at Berkeley. John, how did you end up at, University of California is good, but at Berkeley?
Hello?
Yes, John, are you there? Don Giordano.
I got to get out of here and get back to Philadelphia.
Okay. They seem like they have you there. You got to get back to Philadelphia. You following the Phillies, John? Uh-oh. All right, the Gremlins at Berkeley. I got him. I'll put him on a hold here, and we'll see what the hookup was. It seemed bad right from the beginning. As I said, he is the former Deputy Attorney General, and Todd Blanche had that interview with Maxwell, and then the transfer to a lesser than federal prison camp. All right, we got some people waiting. I'm going to come back to John. Just let me know when he's ready. Robert in Bensalem. Robert, thanks for the wait. Go right ahead.
Dominic, no problem. How you doing, Henry?
Good.
Hey.
You know, Dom, the side question you have, the older you are, the more answers you're going to have. Because like a lot of the younger guys, they don't remember when gas was 38 cents a gallon. They don't remember when a pack of cigarettes was 58 cents a pack. The year I was born in '64, Dom, gold was $37 an ounce, and it's like almost $2,500 now. And so the older you are, the more you appreciate how overpriced some things are. I told you last summer when I went to the baseball game, and I paid $15.10 for two 20-ounce sodas. And I don't know how these people can sleep at night. And I think the problem is that in a capitalist society, if you have a lot of people who are affluent, they're going to price the less affluent out of things like this because they're willing to pay it, and it takes it out of the price range of the average guy that might not be.
Yeah, and Robert, one of the biggest is with ticket scalpers, one way or the other, it drives it up unbelievably. Yeah,
absolutely. And I think that so with that in mind, even if I had like millions of dollars. Oh, I'm sorry. One more thing. To Dan's point about buying a boat, they say the two best days in a boat owner's life is the day he bought the boat and the day he sold the boat.
Yep,
so,
exactly.
But my answer to the side question is I'm going to go with going to a concert and paying $500 to see somebody sing. There's no way I will get the video and watch it on TV and create my own atmosphere because that's insane. I mean, I almost feel like even if I was rich, I would still feel like, you know, like the guy who's not rich because I have those sensibilities, and it would seem outrageous to me to pay the price for things that richer people are willing to pay. And that's not a knock on them. It's just a cause and effect thing, you know?
It is. Thank you, Robert. That's exactly the way that I feel. All right, John Yoo, former Deputy Attorney General, Emmanuel Heller, Professor of Law, University of California at Berkeley, and big Eagles and Phillies fan. Hey, John, welcome back. Thanks for joining us.
Hey, sorry about the gremlins there. I think the California authorities don't want me talking to you.
Absolutely. So how about those Phillies, John? Are you a bigger Phillies fan or Eagles fan?
I love the Phillies. That was who I loved as a kid. I follow the Eagles all the time, too, but I'm so glad the Phillies finally got a reliever. I mean, I would love to see this, what's his name, Tarantula guy?
Yes,
the guy with the video screens. That guy's awesome. I think he really fixed the Phillies' problem for getting into the playoffs.
Oh, it is shocking just to see what that ball looks like coming to home plate. It is amazing. John, in your role, though, when I first heard about you, I guess it was Deputy Attorney General, when you see what's going on with Epstein Maxwell, it's intriguing. I follow you on Twitter, of course, and see you on Fox many times. Your thoughts, if you were sent in on that mission, what are we trying to do with her? And boy, as Deputy Attorney General, wouldn't that be a lot of pressure to be interviewing her?
So I'm not the Deputy Attorney General, thank God. I mean, that's Todd Blanche, who was, you know, we saw a lot of him when he was President Trump's defense lawyer and did a great job. I got to say, I think the best thing to do is just release everything that the Justice Department can. And they might even want someone from the outside to come in and say, you know, someone who everybody can trust and say, here's everything in the files. I'll tell you a story. I once worked for a judge who was once Deputy Attorney General, and he was in charge when J. Edgar Hoover died. And so I think he was the only person who got to see all of Hoover's files. And he told me it's better that this not be ever public because the things that Hoover collected and the things people said about each other, it was terrible. It shook his faith in government. Nevertheless, I think so many people now are doubting whether the government is being truthful. I have faith that the Justice Department isn't covering anything up. So to make it clear, they should release the files, just disclose everything they've got. I understand why grand jury secrecy is important, but consistent with what's necessary to protect the privacy, black out people's names in the documents, but then release everything so people can see.
Any theories, as somebody who has really dealt with delicate things in your career, that's how we got to know you, et cetera. It is so misplayed now to talk to the president that might go on Joe Rogan. I think would be transparent of a sort, but I think it would blow up even more. It's like we're creating something that I don't think Trump is involved in, but I can't come up with any reason why we're not putting it. Is it when Pam Bondi got ahead of herself and said it's all sitting on my desk to be released? Did that send them in some kind of spasm, do you think, where they're gotten into something that's not good?
Dom, I think you put your finger on it. I think that the people running the Justice Department, when they first got in there, they were still acting like they were bloggers on the outside.
Yeah, right.
And they were too excited. And once they got down, I think, and looked at the files, I think they saw, there really isn't that much here. But how are we going to persuade or convince anybody now that as you said, Pam Bondi said, I've got the client list on my desk. And now she says there's no client list. People aren't going to believe her one way or the other. Right? Either one or other statement is not true anymore. So I think what she should do is, again, bring in someone from the outside who's trusted by everyone, who can say, okay, I'm going to look at the files. I'm going to redact the names of people who for their own privacy. But other than that, we're going to release it. I think Maxwell, I wouldn't trust her. I mean, what she wants to do, look, she's already been convicted of sex trafficking. I mean, people who are convicted felons serving time in jail are not the most trustworthy, reliable people.
Exactly.
No matter what you see on television. And so I would be wary of the Justice Department trying to cut a deal with her and say, we'll give you less time if you tell us more. She already had every incentive to do that when she was trying to argue for a lower sentence.
Exactly, she did. Yeah, exactly. So what more is she going to give up now? John,
what she would do now is make stuff up.
That's what I'm thinking.
Worry about.
That's what I'm thinking. Well, you're one of the guys that would be high on my list. Would you do something like that? Would you take that mission to go in, redact, and release?
If President Trump called me and asked me to do it, sure, I would do it.
Okay.
I think any responsible citizen should take on any request from the president of the country to perform a public service, even if it's something as ugly and dirty as this, and maybe that. But that's what you need. I would say bring in Bill Barr, bring in someone who was an attorney general, bring in Jeff Sessions. They're all playing golf now, having a good time watching football and baseball. Give them real work one of these days, right? Bring them in from people who've done this job. Bring in a former FBI director. There's a few that haven't been, recommended for prosecution, I think, that are still left.
There you go. So I'm most interested in your take now on what Tulsi Gabbard has released. And I saw on Twitter or in a Fox interview, interesting angle. It wasn't about indict this person or not, but what you hope to learn coming out of this. What is it?
So this is another example, I think, where somebody on the outside who's now in the government is overpromising. There's no way that President Obama is ever going to be convicted of treason. There's no way he's going to be thrown in jail. He actually has the same presidential immunity that President Trump has. He actually benefits from the very same Supreme Court case last year, Trump versus United States. But I think the more important thing that we're not paying as much attention to, but is more important, is the referral to the Justice Department the week before Tulsi Gabbard came out from John Ratcliffe, the head of the CIA.
Right.
Here's the head of the CIA, a former prosecutor, saying a former head of the CIA and the former head of Director of National Intelligence should be prosecuted by the Justice Department. I can't think of that ever happening before, where the CIA says, we think one of the past heads of our agency committed a federal crime, needs to be investigated. And those are people who don't, these are people like Clapper, like Brennan, who were the CIA and CIA director of DNI under Obama. These are people who don't benefit from presidential immunity. If the head of the CIA right now, who's a former prosecutor, says they might have committed crimes, I take that really seriously, a lot more seriously than Tulsi Gabbard running out and saying President Obama committed treason.
That's a great point. I've only had Radcliffe on once over the years, but every time I see him, particularly with Maria Bartiromo, serious guy, his record is that he's in the right spot. He's not going to go out there saying something wild. If he recommends, I think that's where this leads. Those two are doable to see something out of that. John, you've talked a lot, too, in recent interviews about the Biden cover-up. And what I think we need to see more of, and the media may not think it's that big of a story, is to see these people more extensively that are testifying or having to testify around the Biden cover-up, the auto pen and everything else. But what do we do when they just take the Fifth Amendment and we continue to go down that path? People start to think it's obvious he wasn't capable, and yet we cannot get to the bottom of it.
Dom, I actually think this is the most important issue of the ones we've talked about right now. I mean, if you've got people who are impersonating the President of the United States, who have seized his power and are using it without his permission, without his authorization, right? That is, to me, much more serious. People, because the presidency, the Constitution puts all this power into the president, into this one person, because we elected that person and we can hold them accountable. And people step in and use his power without his knowledge or authority. That's, I think, I think that's much more serious an affront to the Constitution than Epstein files, for example, or whether, Comey or Clapper or Brennan are going to be investigated. Now, part of what can be done here is in any investigation, it's like you're investigating the mob, is you can give offers of immunity from criminal prosecution to the lower level people, the smaller fish, and see if they'll testify against people who are higher up the food chain. I'm sure that the people who are immediately around Biden are not going to testify or going to pretend that they forgot, even though this is just, let me add, 8 months ago. This is not like, I mean, these are things they were doing 8 months ago, and people are already saying they forgot or they don't remember.
So you're saying go down the chain a bit.
Yes, go down the chain. See who ran the auto pen machine, right? Let's get that person to testify. And you go up. That's how you do it. You start with the lowest level and you go up the chain.
But John, this is I'm a law school dropout, telling a guy like you, but this, you're exactly right, is incredibly consequential because it gets to one of the thornier things out there, the 25th Amendment, even with the best of intentions, executing this, doing anything. But we see now the number of people who had apparently tremendous power in the White House. They were unelected, but they were running things. 3, 4, or 5 of them all had their own lanes. Nothing was going to be done. In fact, they were pushing to have him reelected.
Yeah, because they look at Hunter Biden, right? That guy personally benefits the longer his dad's in office. Look at Joe Biden. I mean, they're going and the immediate aides. The longer President Biden could be in office, the more power they have, and they're probably looking to their lives after the presidency. They accumulate more. Sadly, that's the way Washington works. I mean, it's become a nest of lobbyists and influence peddling, and so people who serve in these administrations after they're over, they benefit from it. So they none of them had an interest in saying President Biden should step down, that his health has gotten too bad. And that, as you said, we have to maybe think of other measures under the 25th Amendment to fix the problem, because the vice president and the majority of the cabinet are not going to be up to it a lot of times when there's partisan interests at stake.
Do you have any sense of at any point where the 25th Amendment, I know it's seemingly, assistant director of the FBI was plotting to use it against President Trump, but it seems like we've never been close. We had Alexander Haig screaming that he was in charge because Bush was in the air and President Reagan was undergoing surgery. But it's there. It just doesn't work.
Yeah, so this is the thing. This is where you don't need law professors. Just any person who's a citizen can read the 25th Amendment, and you'll notice it says, the vice president and the majority of the cabinet can start the process for temporarily replacing the president. But it also says Congress can create another body that can do this. And so you're putting your finger on it. What we need to do is have Congress create some other way to judge the medical fitness of the president and temporarily remove him. And that doesn't have to be the vice president. It could be, for example, the chief justice, and it could be the speaker of the House and the majority and minority leader. You could put together a body of the other political leaders who don't have as much at stake as the president's cabinet, keeping him in office.
Exactly. John, thank you so much, as always. Go Phils. What's coming up for you? Anything in particular that people should know about?
Dom, I'm spending a lot of time at the University of Texas at Austin. I'm trying to get out of California if they'll release me and get over to a free state and help them set up one of these new civics colleges at the University of Texas. So I'm spending a lot of time on that. I hope Pennsylvania creates one of these days. We're going to teach the great books and Western civilization.
I'd like to work
again.
with you on that. I've often talked about Dom Giordano University here on the air, so I would certainly work with you on that. John,
if you can, you got to get my pay up at your levels, and then maybe I'll come and teach.
All right. John, thank you. Good luck with that. Thank you for coming on today, as always.
Always happy to be back. Thanks a lot.
John, I just think of the connection to Philadelphia. We had a guest that Dan and I were cooking up here. Dan, before Money Melody, I wanted to ask you, do you think we ought to reveal, or do you think that would completely submarine it? I know you were on vacation, so I was trying to work over the booker, who was nice.
I think she snuffed it out.
Yeah, don't say it. It's a Philadelphia.
I just feel like, no, there's not going to be a chance to get her now.
Okay, all right. Well,
do you think it was a scheduling conflict, or do you think it was I know who this guy is now?
I think it's know who it is, but I'm still, the person's awfully nice that you made the contact with, who was the booking agent.
Yes.
But we had scheduled for 8:30 a.m. I had written on my wrist this morning, Becky Pringle. Now, I'm in the talk radio camp that says you bring on guests like this, civil, but there would have been several areas I wanted to get to. She's the president of the NEA. And I never remember having a bigger guest where we were on opposite sides. It's fine to get a great guest like President Trump. Well, I take that back. I had Bill Clinton on. Or no, I had Hillary on for Obama. I had Bill Clinton on a couple times. But the NEA is even more fraught with stuff that's going on now.
Why does it always seem to happen this way, though?
Yeah.
It's always the left that doesn't want to talk with the right?
Right, exactly. And again, we would reassure them. Maybe I'm going to tell.
Not going to set her up or anything.
Yeah, no, I'm going to tell the booker when we have more, because she was awfully nice. She's been trying to come back and forth and I said, worked magic here when it was booked, which was over a week ago. Then suddenly, can't. I had
the day before, too.
I was actually practicing at home. I had set up to look nicer. I was going to wear.
Were you practicing this line, Dom?
Oh, the thing! Oh, the thing!
I was going to ask about that.
Oh, the thing!
Well, and here's the thing with Becky Pringle. Not only is she from Philadelphia, guess where she went to school? Girls High.
Oh, really?
Wow.
Yes. So
I
I'm
had
going to ask.
That's amazing.
I was going to ask.
That's really cool.
Well, look, you had a private education in a public school, Girls High. At that point, was like Central. Well, Central was like Central. It's no longer. And guess who's an alum of Girls High? Ro Giordano.
Oh.
So
really?
I had my opening.
Did they go to school together?
No. I had my opening, salvo there. Then I was going to ask about that Maryland case with the parents who couldn't opt out over things that were for kindergarten kids about sexuality and gender identity and all that. They couldn't even opt out of it. She said that was shameful, what the Supreme Court ruled. I was going to ask about that. And then I was going to ask about school choice in general, and then give her a chance to make her pitch. I was actually going to say, well, what is it we don't understand that you think either talk radio or Fox, I was going to say Fox News, that they project about the NEA, about teachers and teachers unions? That's pretty fair. It doesn't mean I was going to agree with the answer and wasn't going to go back and say, here's why. But again, kudos to Dan getting her. We're trying to reschedule. We'll see.
Kudos unless it lands, Dom.
Well, no, I think it's a getting, and at the 11th, and I didn't say anything. I let it go as far as I teased. We're going to have on an enormous guest where there's disagreement. Very hard to do that. Very hard to get the other side to come on and do that.
Yeah, I would love to have her.
Now, the one I'm working on now, and I think there's a reasonable shot. You were away when it dropped that John Fetterman has a book coming out. And Dave McCormick, Senator McCormick, is friendly with him, even though they're on the opposite sides on some policies. I think Fetterman on this, for a politics and pints, would be unbelievable. I know there's some people that say, no, we don't want to hear this. That's short-sighted. Am I being lured in by Fetterman? No. We know he's progressive on any number of things, but he's right on Israel. He was right recently talking about Trump and the tariffs. Why would you not do that? So, no, I count Becky Pringle as landing because now I know the booker and I will keep up the conversation with her, so to speak. And if I really get tired before she does, I will have to tag in DJ to ping her every once in a while. Then have Dan go back, maybe throw Henry in. Ro can text her and say, hey, I'm a alum of Girls High. I would like to know what Becky Pringle thinks. So this is a long campaign. I keep the list forever.
Oh, long.
How did that happen, Dan, though? You just happened upon, they sent you to this booker?
Yeah, well, I've been trying to get her for a while, bumping around, and I think they just sent me something after hearing.
Okay, all right.
I don't know how that happened.
Yeah, it was very disappointing.
It was awesome. It was a great feeling when it landed. And then,
Yeah, and I, as I said, had really took to the mattresses, really researched and ready for this. But I wasn't, it's not an ambush. It's just what's a matter of public record. Why are the teachers' unions the enemy, the major? Now, Randy Weingarten does have a book out, Hammer. We'll put you on this one. And I asked you about September, about fascism. She's come on at least a few times. So I'd love to get her too. She's more subtle, though. Becky Pringle would be more back and forth, I think. We're working on it. All right, but right now, it is time for...
It's Dom's Money Melody.
That is right. We are playing for a pair of tickets to see Styx and Kevin Cronin from REO Speedwagon, plus Don Felder at Freedom Mortgage Pavilion, August 8th, 2025. For tickets, visit Ticketmaster.com. All right, what do we have?
I'm going to take this one today, Dom.
Okay.
I'm going to do a cover song, because I love my cover songs. But, Dom, this band, not to be mistaken with the brand of alcohol, hit the charts mid-'90s, singing about their favorite beach town and the lead singer's daddy issues. So, Dom, we're going to play a cover song of a song that relates to rich people and the elite, relating to our side question. And we want to know who this cover singer or cover band is. Take a listen. So down again, this band, not to be mistaken with the brand of alcohol, hit the charts in the mid-'90s singing about their favorite beach town and their daddy issues. We want to know who the cover band is, singing Rich Girl, originally by Hall & Oates.
All right, playing right in today's luxury story. And Dan, did you know, I knew you remember Dawn, Henry Still Resistive thinks, yeah, he would pay $325 million for a WNBA franchise.
Yep.
Oh, man.
Only going up in value.
And will sex toys be the next merchandising opportunity for the WNBA?
Not in my team.
Why not buy a franchise and get it sponsored by a sex toy company, and then you can make money on both ends?
Exactly.
I don't know if I want that on my jerseys.
Yeah. All right. 855-839-1210. All right, jump in, be the winner, and head off to this great concert. We'll get that and a lot more coming up of your calls on Talk Radio 1210.
This was viral. This went everywhere. The sandwich snatcher. Has this ever happened to you guys, by the way?
Not a sandwich, but I've lost French fries.
Yeah,
before.
French fries 100%, but not a full sandwich.
Like from your hand while you were eating it?
Well, from the cup. I think it's happened to me twice, actually, now that I reflect upon it. Also, a seagull once pooped on me, so I've got bad blood with the seagull community.
That seagull did the right thing.
Don't encourage them.
That seagull is my new favorite seagull. I wish I could beat that seagull. Shake his wing.
Rich Cioli, weekday afternoons 3 to 7. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT. and on the free Odyssey app.
If your home's old, drafty, inefficient windows and doors are in need of replacement, then go to the family name that's been trusted in the tri-state area for over 75 years. My good friends at Guida Door and Window. Guida's expertly installed high-performance windows and doors will definitely increase the comfort level of your home while also helping you save on your monthly energy bills. But the savings don't stop there, because Guida will also help you save on the cost of your project by giving you 40% off all windows and doors during the month of August. Plus, you can easily buy now and pay later with Guida's low monthly payment plans or interest-free financing for up to 18 months. Do not let these incredible savings pass you by. Go Guida right now so you can take advantage of these limited time savings. All prior sales are excluded. Offer expires at the end of August, so call Guida today to schedule a free in-home estimate at 877-GO-GUIDA or go to GoGuida.com. That's go, GUIDA.com.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply or play stop to opt out.
You work hard for your money, so why let traditional banks hold you back? At Current, we're flipping the script with banking that keeps up with your life. With Current, your paycheck does more. Need money before payday? Access up to $750 with the paycheck advance if you qualify. No credit check, no hassle. Also, the Build Card makes it simple to build credit with no annual fees or hidden traps. Members boosted their credit scores by more than 80 points after just 6 months. Get ahead. Get Current.
To get started with Current, text SPEND to 323232. That's SPEND to 323232. Text SPEND to 323232.
Banking services provided by Choice Financial Group and or Cross River Bank, both members FDIC. Paycheck advance provided by Fineco Advance LLC, a financial technology company, not an FDIC insured bank. Product eligibility, availability, and performance may vary and are subject to change at any time. Using your credit card responsibly may allow you to improve your credit score. For details on cost, terms, and conditions, visit current.com or call 1-888-851-3177.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. How many times are you going to listen to my voice before you finally go to investorschooling.com? I can't believe you haven't signed up for a class yet. You're going to learn real estate investing. You're going to learn stock options trading. You're going to learn things about money that you didn't even know existed. Go to investorschooling.com right now. Oh my goodness. This Thursday, investorschooling.com, and take that free class. See you there.
This is a test of the emergency alert system. This has been a test of the emergency alert system.
First, there was Tuesday. Then, there was Taco Tuesday. Now at Wendy's, there's Takis Tuesday. Get a new Takis Fuego meal, a.k.a. Takis Fuego chicken sandwich, Fuego fries inspired by Takis, a bag of Takis Fuego chips, a small drink, and also a small Frosty Classic. Yes, you can get that any day, but on Takis Tuesday, the Frosty is free. Make every Tuesday a Takis Tuesday. Gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only. Participating U.S. Wendy's includes 1 ounce Takis Fuego chips while supplies last. Takis and Fuego trademarks are used under license.
Keep free speech alive. Follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
It's Don Money Melody.
Where's all the money gone? Show me the money.
That is exactly right. All right, here's this classic song. Who is covering it is what we're looking for. All right, let's go to Lori in Levittown. Hey, Lori, who's covering that song? Hi.
Everclear.
All righty, Lori, let me put you on hold, and you are off to a great concert. All right, any more, Dan, on that?
No, it's our Alexis band, big in the 90s, and I said that they sang stronger. They really made the charts with singing about their favorite town being Santa Monica and their daddy issues being Father of Mine, their late 90s hit as well.
Father of Mine.
Tell me, where have you been?
Okay, another winner. We'll do it again tomorrow, probably with the same prize. All right, more details on the shooting at Fort Stewart. Several sources reporting now this was a male Army sergeant who did the shooting, 5-shot shooter in custody. No reason given. They're asking questions. Was the gun legal, illegal, etc.? I will be not anything more we can say until I see the potential motivation of what happened here. But when these things happen, Fort Hood is the one I go back to with Major Hassan. It was obvious the military was scared to death to deal with that guy because he was a Muslim. In this case, we don't know anything more other than male Army sergeant is the suspect here, and the military being relatively, not saying too much other than that detail is out there. And thank God, according to the information I have, the 5 that were shot, no one was killed in this. No motive, reason, or anything else that's come up associated to this. It's home to 15,000 active duty soldiers, 16,000 family members, and 5,100 military retirees and 4,000 civilian employees. So this is a massive fort. I guess Fort Hood's same size. We'll give you more. This is going to be an ongoing story around all this. 855-839-1210. By the way, let's see, Friday is just 1 week away from the next foray at Mulligan's. Mulligan's right there on Hildreth Avenue, the heart of Wildwood. You want to be there. We'll have great guests. We'll have our usual stuff. And I'm working up a couple things you might be able to vote on. But no place better, no better host than Johnny Z. And again, the Summer White House. It's incredible, the fun that we have, meeting fellow listeners, people that call in, all the regulars. Again, noon until 3, a week from this Friday, the 15th, August 15th, at Mulligan's in Wildwood. And I'm talking to any number of people, still hoping to do the football thing with Jaws. That would be spectacular. I had some people saying, come on, he still can't throw the ball 60 yards. I think that was Henry. I think he can.
Yeah,
I'm taking the over.
You said 60. 60. I feel like it's got to be like right around there, like a 59.5.
Okay, I'm setting. I'll take the over here. Yes, 70. That would still be. I had guys in the NFL that can't throw 70. Maybe most of them can't. I'm not sure. I don't think Jalen Hurts throwing a football 70 yards. I just don't see it.
I can see it.
Yeah.
If he really winds up and just chucks it, yeah.
Yeah, I
totally.
take the under on that. I think that's a lot. That's the dividing line here. Okay. You get in on the side question, 855-839-1210. We started off talking about Howard Stern, and on Twitter, no one's killing me. I didn't exactly say that's when he went downhill because he attacked me. I just said, out of the blue, when someone like that attacks you, it's so rare that we couldn't believe it. And it was so tepid, the stuff he was attacking on. So I don't think this is definitively, there's a money issue here, without a doubt. But it's also that he has broken faith with his audience. And it's rare that that happens to this degree. And my take is he's not just gone woke. There are two motivations here that became apparent. One, he had a lot of interviews with Trump, around Trump and all that. And he, like a lot of these guys, are thinking, how is this guy president? I should be president. And two, the COVID stuff unmasked Stern as crazed by this. I don't remember him being a germaphobe before. Dan, was he viewed as a germaphobe or no?
Yeah, his entire life he was.
He was?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Well, then it really came out with this. It became beyond apparent, and I think that set things off quite a bit. All right, coming up, a couple thoughts. Tonight, South Park is really going to go after Kristi Noem, the Ice Barbie. I had the experience of interviewing her at the Spin Room before the big debate with Kamala Harris. And I'll give you some observations on what's going on with this and, how she dresses at some of these events, et cetera. And your calls. Hit us on the side question. Luxury item that you can't understand. You would never pay for that. All straight ahead. Talk Radio 1210.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, hims.com/joy.
Cancer. Chances are, if you've been diagnosed with cancer either recently or in the past, you probably wonder where to turn and what to do. What you can do is contact Dr. Molly Fantasia and her medical staff at Innovative Medical Associates. There is so much that Dr. Molly can do and have done with patients now and in the past. Whether it's boosting your immune system or helping you navigate the difficulties of any type of cancer diagnosis, Dr. Molly and her team can help. The initial consultation is complimentary, and you'll find it will be a very enlightening experience. Contact Innovative Medical Associates at 856-489-0505 or visit them on the web at innovativemedicalassociates.com. That's innovativemedicalassociates.com. Cancer, it doesn't have to be the end. It is only the beginning when you contact Innovative Medical Associates. And don't forget to listen to Dr. Molly Fantasia on the program Health Watch, heard every Sunday live from 8 till 9 a.m. and again from 4 till 5 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Saving for retirement is one thing. Making your money last? Well, you might need some help. Listen to Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Saturdays at 5 p.m. and Sundays at 9 a.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
SEPTA sets an August 14th deadline for Pennsylvania lawmakers to pass new funding or else SEPTA will cut service. Police in Bucks County arrest a man they say broke into Central Bucks West High School, took a shower, and stole food and clothing. And girls from a dance therapy program in South Philly will hit the stage at the Kimmel Center.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
Weather, sponsored by WSFS Bank.
Temperatures will be a few degrees below average as we finish off the work week. It'll be mostly cloudy today with a high of around 83. For tonight, mostly cloudy skies continue, low 67 for the city, a bit cooler in the suburbs, and a comfortable day on Thursday, becoming partly sunny. Highs again in the low 80s.
Where there's a Wisfus, there's a way. At WSFS Bank and Bryn Mawr Trust, your goals matter. Discover local expertise with national capabilities, all with the personal service you deserve. WSFS. We stand for service.
Broadcasting live from the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, it is Dom time. You got the side question today coming off $18.50 beers. 50 cents, would he pay that much for it? At the Eagles preseason games. My God, how do you justify that in your mind? I'm amazed. But you have guys that are rich that have made a lot of money. They want to spend $325 million for a WNBA franchise. Just
Look, you want your valuation to go from $190 million in 1994 to $6.6 billion in the year of 2025. You will charge $18.50 for a beer at concessions.
And where's the evidence? Okay, where's the evidence that the WNBA
Enron was worth a lot in the 80s.
Yeah, is going to do anything like that? The NFL is what America wants. They don't want, in their mind, bad basketball. They don't. As hot as Caitlin Collins, and they're selling out a few arenas, it's still not great basketball. I mean, I see these women come in and miss, not only miss a layup, but hit like the underside of the rim and do stuff like that. They're not good.
No, you're not wrong about that. But I think what a lot of players can see is that Caitlin Clark will inspire a generation of players to play like her the same way Steph Curry inspired a lot of kids today who are coming into the NBA the way they play right now. And the NBA is bigger than ever. The NBA is ever expanding. Pretty much all sports leagues are ever expanding. So, I mean, and then on top of that, you have the new CBA coming up. Their player agreement with the league is coming to an end after this season. So when they negotiate, they're going to negotiate for more money, more TV rights, more things like that. And I think the league is about to explode as a result of it.
All right, only one fly in the ointment. These players attack. I was watching Hard Knocks last night, quarterback for the Bills, and every 5 minutes they said, "Hey, don't touch the crown jewels." He looked like he had a flat jacket of some sort underneath the red. They allow Caitlin Collins to be mugged, and the league doesn't seem to like her. They step all over their one moment to achieve this. I'm not investing in a league like that.
I think it makes for great discourse because I think it's the only way people would have talked about it is if, like, there's a clear number one new player in town and everyone goes after.
The racial animus and
I don't like how people made it immediately racial.
I think it is.
It is now because I think a lot of people in the media made it out to be.
No, I think it was there.
I don't think if the skin color, if the same thing, skin color aside, if this person came in and was anointed the savior before playing a game, I think a lot of people who have played 3, 4, 5, 10 years would be like, screw this person, I'm going after him.
There would be some of that, but I think there's race involved. So I don't see this ending in any way that's going to – they don't seem to be able to step in. They do have something that's golden here and do anything with it. Let's go to Zenos, though, in Upper Darby. Zenos, afternoon to you.
Good afternoon, Dom. I would just like to make a comment what you said about Howard Stern.
Okay. You sat on that for a half hour. Thank you, Zenos.
I did. I had to get that out. Listen, Dom, that guy, from the very beginning, when I used to listen to him sometimes, I knew that this guy was a phony. And look at it, it come out. He's not genuine like you, like Rich, like Don, everybody here. He wasn't genuine. I knew back then that this clown was a phony.
Well, let me challenge you a little bit on that. I think he was. That's the way he saw the world. That's what he did early on. I don't think he could fake it that well to do that and be that successful. And to my radio ear, I could tell you why Rush Limbaugh versus all the wannabes, and I could tell you Howard Stern versus all the wannabe Sterns was authentic. But what happened, Zenos, I told you my experience with it when he came after me, is the Trump thing set him off. He was going to be a big-time, and Dan was inside this, he was going to be a big-time interviewer, more serious stuff, et cetera. Then COVID, his craziness came out. I can't condemn him and say he never was genuine in what he was doing as a host.
Well, Dom, I have to disagree a little bit on that one. I would have to disagree on that one because, you could be... If you ever met me in person, you will swear I was a good actor, and you'll see Oscars be flying around in my head.
Well, Zenos, wait a minute. You have been such a...
Zenos not actually a Greek guy?
Yeah, wait a minute.
Shorts?
That's right. Now, wait a minute. We got to text your Greek stuff here. You got to come to Mulligan's. We got to put you on with the regulars. You are a regular here. You got to get down to Mulligan's in Wildwood.
In my younger days, but I would love to come down here. Who knows, I might make a grand appearance, kick the doors open with my cowboy boots and dungarees.
You know what? I'll be Zenos.
Another Philly guy who wears cowboy boots.
Right, we'll put you on the round table. You'll be there with the Earl of Tacony and people like that. You got to make it down to Mulligan's.
I'm going to try, Dom, and I would love to meet all the guys, and I would like to meet all of you in person. And then I just have one more thing.
No, I got a question.
Was the I probably don't have too much time, but it was the anniversary of us dropping the A-bomb on Japan.
Yeah, I mentioned that today. What's your side? Then Dan has a question. What's your side answer today?
My side answer today, with
the luxury
that I wouldn't spend any money or anything, will be PBS and National Puke Radio. I wouldn't give them a dime.
All right, and no sperm in there at Howard Sperm. All right,
and Howard Sperm.
Dan.
I wouldn't spend a wooden nickel with a hole in it to pay for that guy.
All right, go ahead, Dan. What's your question?
I wanted to know his thoughts on the WNBA. I value his opinion.
Oh yeah.
I would nothing.
All right,
nothing.
Zenos.
Here's the word in Greek, tipota. Tipota means nothing.
All right. Thank you, Zenos. Yeah, we need Zenos. Oh, Frank of South Philly made his debut the last Mulligans. It was quite a spectacle. All right. The lightning round is next. 855-839-1210. By the way, I met Kristi Noem. I've interviewed her before, but met her in the spin room. And a couple of observations. She is put together as far as a public presentation. How she looks, how she acts, second to none. You had some hostile interviewers there. I interviewed her, and she had a lot of presence on doing that. So, the outfits showing up, though, are pretty glamorous for ice work, et cetera. And that's where South Park is going tonight. So we'll play a little bit of that tomorrow. We'll see where we go. But as far as her capabilities as Homeland Security, I think Trump put her in the right role. And I still have a lot of hope that Pam Bondi, I think, is a very good legal person. She'll navigate this, but Trump should not go on Joe Rogan. Are you kidding me, over Epstein for a couple of hours? Oh, my God. 855-839-1210.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
Our Veteran Spotlight presented by Window Nation. South Philadelphia resident Charlie Ellison, thank you for your service, and first and foremost, thanks for being in studio.
Yeah, good morning.
For most of the vets that we interview, most have a family connection. You do not.
At 18 years old, as a young, dumb punk growing up in this area, I wanted to get away, to get some perspective in life. Thankfully, that worked out.
Charlie Ellison, great stuff, brother. Thank you very much.
Thank you all for having me. I appreciate it.
Beautiful. And when you go to shake Greg's hand, squeeze extra hard.
Definitely will.
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/radio to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio. HIMS.com/RADIO.
We didn't take to retirement like we thought we would.
We got bored.
So I thought I'd book a trip to Italy to celebrate retiring.
We didn't speak Italian.
We didn't then. We do now. Because of Babbel.
Babbel is the refreshingly easy-to-use app for learning a new language. With more than a dozen languages to choose, Babbel uses immersive lessons to teach you vocabulary and grammar in a way that sticks.
We set a goal for 15 minutes per day.
That's all we needed.
And Italy was just...
Bellissima.
That means beautiful.
In Italian.
From interactive lessons led by experts to conversation tips on real-life topics, Babbel's revolutionary teaching style keeps language in your head and easy to remember. Celebrating 15 million subscriptions sold. Save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription when you sign up at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
Feel like everything's clouded by doubt? Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com. Our psychics are available to talk 24/7, and we guarantee if it's not life-changing, it's free. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Snakes, zombies, public speaking. The list of fears is endless. But the real danger is in your hand when you're behind the wheel. Distracted driving is what's really scary and even deadly. Eyes forward. Don't drive distracted. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. We're dedicated to serving people 50 and up, like me. Our needs are different. Big Wireless wants us in an unlimited plan, but if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used. At Consumer Cellular, we're focused on affordable, reliable plans, including data that suits your needs, not ours. Our plans start at just $20, and you'll get the best customer service in the business.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/facts or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Now, you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
The time has come for the final test.
We usually call it the lightning round.
That's right. This stemming from a number of things that we saw yesterday. They're way overpriced. Something you wouldn't spend on even if you had the money. Luxury item. Henry had a driver. Was a real good. Doesn't have to be something wild. 855-839-1210. You get on board. Joe of Exton on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Joe, welcome in.
Yes, hello, Dom. Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
Rather than purchase a ticket to attend a film in a cinema, I prefer to read a book on which the film is based.
All right, Joe. So apropos, so on brand. All right. I'm seeing him working in a parole office. I see former criminals or whatever you call parolees coming in with Joe. Oh, the opera playing in the background as he announces your name to come in and see the parole officer. We've gleaned that from him. It is stunning what this guy has to offer. All right, Charlie in Orland on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Charlie, what's yours?
Hi, Dom. Give me a Timex instead of a Rolex.
Okay.
I like
yeah. What's the watch thing?
Just asking for trouble.
It's asking for trouble, and the difference here. Are people really going to say, "Wow, that guy's got a Rolex"? All right, Joe in Winslow, Talk Radio 1210. Hi, Joe. Yo, Joe.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Perfect. I just wanted to share my opinion on the whole Caitlin Clark thing. I think the reason people are beating up on her ain't got nothing to do with race. I think it's about what she represents for the league. She shows an amount of grit that hasn't been seen in the league yet. And I think other players are scared in the WNBA of what she represents. There's going to be a lot more players like her coming up, and I'm excited to see what she brings.
Okay. All right.
She brings a hard-nosed style of play to the team.
I don't see that with Caitlin Clark. That necessarily hard-nosed at all.
You don't think so? She's a grinder.
She's she's okay, but I don't see anything that's. Yeah.
I mean, she's the most talented player.
Yeah.
I don't know about she's not in people's faces.
Who's her teammate?
Down
She's a true grinder.
feet.
The blonde girl that got the
Sophie Cunningham.
Sophie Cunningham.
Yeah, exactly.
There's your grinder.
I think definitely though. There's race there. There may even be lesbians versus straight stuff that in the league. The league just can't get out of its own. So if you have $325 million, Henry says good investment.
Great investment.
Great
Invest in the
great
Philadelphia
investment.
team. Bring them here.
Bring them in. Well, yeah, I'm going to go watch, but I'm still a boys' state championship team can beat them.
I won't argue that.
Okay, there you go. So that's why I think their audience of watching him is always going to be kind of limited. All right, Henry, you start us off. Who did you like today?
Oh, man, yeah. I really think Joan Columbus got it off the rip with the mint julep answer, the Kentucky Derby.
$1,200.
I mean, it's a $1,200 drink, and I just saw it can go as high as $5 if you want a special commemorative cup, Dan.
Wow, there you go.
It costs that much?
Apparently.
That's ridiculous.
Yeah, and also like David Somerset's answer of the excess of bedrooms when you have just too many in the house.
That was a great answer.
Everyone's sleeping over tonight? Yeah, I thought
exactly.
those two were very good.
Dan, how about you?
I like the impactful answer of David from South Carolina. People who spend thousands of dollars on a dog after adopting one. It's a really good way to go. There's a lot of love for those adopted dogs. And Charlie, the Rolex. You're just asking for trouble if you wear one of those, especially here in Philadelphia.
All right, I got to break the tie here. So which one is your final one that you stake a hill on here, Henry?
I'm going to say the julep.
The julep.
I'll say I'll throw mine out as the dogs, but I gotta say, man, that julep answer, I'm shocked to hear about it. So
okay,
I might surrender mine.
Let's go to the julep then.
All right,
let's put that into the hat. We'll have it tomorrow and Friday, of course, every day. Always open to any suggestion you have. Good to have Dan back here. I hope Howard Stern's producers are archiving something. Send me a copy of 13 minutes of blistering commentary. Dumb Giordano. I think I'll go out and guard the border right now. All right.
Go archive those Riley Martin shows.
Yeah.
Andy
Andy Cohen is a threat to him? That's hard.
Andy Cohen's 103, man. He's
Yeah, he's no Howard Stern. Come on.
Dumb Giordano.
There you go. Hey, he's
Dumb
not,
Giordano.
He's not a Howard Stern.
I got to say, on the way up to Boston, Dom, we spent more time listening to Andy Cohen radio than we did at Howard Stern radio.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
All right, I got to give a listen to that. I'm not walking on Chestnut Street today, so I'll be fine tomorrow. Rich is next for 4 big hours. All that on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
I know the name, WKRP since
Oh, God.
Yeah, but I never watched it. I was born in 84. Why would I watch it?
There was a world before you. I was born in 84. Nothing happened before 1984.
I've watched stuff that was produced and created before 84. I just didn't happen.